Announcing participant.
Go.
Participant exiting.
Go.
Announcing participant.
Joe.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Lethbridge City Council meeting for Monday, August the 24th. Can we please start with a roll call?
Councillor Campbell.
Here.
Councillor Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Croson.
Here.
Councillor Higgin.
Here.
Councillor Morrow.
Yep.
Councillor Mayashiro. Councillor Parker.
Here.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
Mayor Spearman.
Here. I'm now going to read the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. We'll now move on to bouquets. I'll start with Councillor Morrow.
Nothing.
Okay. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'd like to give a bouquet to Henderson Pool and the Rec Excellence staff there. I visited the pool on Friday. It was incredibly well organized, the way they have it timed for people to go in, how seriously they took the cleaning and how well they did everything. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knows how beautiful it is when you go to the pools and how they take care of everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'd like to put a bouquet out to Exhibition Park for a highly successful socially distanced Whoop Up Days last week, virtual pancake breakfast with Umami Shop, MP Rachel Harder's drive-through pancake breakfast, a baked potato drive-through to celebrate National Potato Day, a jumbo ears drive-through, which saw overwhelming response from the community, 2 days of food truck festivals, but specifically the unique local agricultural story that underlines the thousands of jumbo ears that were sold. They saw 660 kilograms of Parrish and Heimbecker flour milled here in Lethbridge, 450 liters of Richardson oilseeds canola oil that's processed right here in Lethbridge, and 160 kilograms of Rogers sugar processed in Tabor. So a huge shout out to a concern week with the pandemic that we're going through, but my hats definitely go out to the exhibition park and for how they rose to the challenge, and it was a great success last week, so thank you.
Well done. Acting Mayor Parker?
You would think you should do that more than just once a year. Pent-up demand, that's for sure. Mr. Mayor, just thank you very much. I just want to thank everyone in the community who have been following proper social distancing protocols, wearing masks when appropriate. And I want to thank all the staff within the city of Lethbridge and all the people that have visited all our city facilities in following through with our mask bylaw within city facilities. Thank you.
Councillor Miyashiro? Okay. Councillor Campbell?
No, not today.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just to echo the comments, my partner and I have been visiting a lot of public facilities, and our staff and the staff out in the general public are doing an awesome job of keeping folks safe. So thank you for that. Also, a big congratulations to our new leader of the Conservative Party, Aaron O'Toole. I was one of the diehards who stayed up till I think quarter after midnight last night to see the announcement, and it was very exciting. So congratulations. I can't imagine running a campaign during a pandemic, and they all did an excellent job.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Kaufman. Okay. I'd like to thank those who have contacted the provincial government and our local MLAs regarding EMS dispatch, probably the very most pressing health issue that could affect lives going forward, making sure we have effective response and local knowledge of local geography when medical emergencies are encountered by people who live in Lethbridge and the region around. So thanks for everyone who's been chipping in and saying this is an issue that really counts. I'd endorse, certainly second the bouquets on masks and the bouquet for Lethbridge exhibition. Certainly the leadership that companies like Walmart and No Frills are taking in the community, saying it's important to protect the health of their employees and their customers, and stepping forward, being progressive on those challenging issues. So with that, we'll move on. I have a resolution on the consent agenda from Deputy Mayor Kaufman. Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting of City Council held Monday, August the 10th, 2020 be approved, and that the Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that the minutes of the public hearing held August 10th, 2020 be approved, and the Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that City Council receive for information the following reports: the status of directed resolutions with the following amendments: that City Council defer the date of return to Council from August 24th, 2020 for the proposed land use amendment, section 14.6, re secondary suites and RM, to the September 28th, 2020 Community Issues Committee meeting and the October 5th, 2020 City Council meeting. And the procurement summary report for July 2020. And further be it resolved that City Council give first reading to the following bylaw. Bylaw 6236, Area Redevelopment Plan Adoption, Westminster Area Redevelopment Plan. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just the one thing I want to point out to members of council, of course, bylaw 6236, the ARP, the Area Redevelopment Plan for Westminster. I believe the public hearing on that, Mr. Acting City Clerk, is September the 8th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Otherwise, if there are any questions from members of council, they can ask them now, or we'll just call the question if there are no questions.
I see no questions, so question has been called. All in favor? Are there any opposed?
I have a question after.
Okay, sorry. Acting Mayor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was kind of brought this up earlier today. Now, we do have two big, like every issue is important on the agenda, don't get me wrong, but there's two issues, for example, that probably have the greatest community interest, both people being in the room, people watching, as well for media, our media partners, that being both the Lethbridge Exhibition District as well as the proposed mask bylaw. If possible, can we have those moved up a little bit on the agenda?
So if council consents, if there's consensus, we would schedule those for approximately 2:45, which is right after the break.
That would be
So
great.
we would start with Lethbridge Exhibition and immediately follow with the mask bylaw debate.
Thank you. That's just something I would suggest, but of course, that'd be consensus.
Are there any objections? Okay, so we will do our presentations up until the break, and then Lethbridge Exhibition followed by the mask bylaw. Thank you. Thank you. I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Parker, adoption of agenda, that the agenda of the regular City Council meeting of August 24th be adopted as presented, including all communications as submitted by the City Clerk. City Clerk, are there any amendments?
There are no further amendments.
Okay, no further amendments, just reordering of the agenda. Okay, any questions from council? All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to presentations. I'll invite Mr. Simon Griffiths or designates, Chair, Lethbridge Police Commission, Inspector Russell Lawrence, and Acting Inspector Dwayne Smith to speak to us regarding the quarterly report to City Council for the Watch, Community Peace Officers, and the PAC team. If you could please come forward.
Mayor?
Welcome, Inspector Lawrence.
Yeah. And I have Watch Manager Jeff Cole with me here today
Okay.
as well to help with the presentation. Just to clarify, it'll be Acting Inspector Cam Van Roon presenting the other two.
Okay.
CEO and the PACT as instead of Acting Inspector Dwayne Smith. So,
Okay. Thank you very much. Please proceed with your presentation.
as mentioned, this is the Q2 2020 update on the Watch initiative. A lot of this will be reviewed from previous presentations. The nature of the initiative is civilian-operated volunteer program designed to increase the presence in the downtown core of Lethbridge, proactive foot patrol and visible presence, community engagement activities, increased perception of public safety, and also act as the eyes and ears of the citizens of Lethbridge and Lethbridge Police. Moving on to the funding for 2020, it's taxation based at $601,723. We have our operational timeline proposed on top, the actual on the bottom. As you'll see, just like many things that were affected by the COVID pandemic, as of March, the end of March, the volunteer program was suspended for the Watch. But I have to report the volunteers returned at the end of June. So that had impact on the program. But however, all through the pandemic, the paid team leads, both part-time and full-time, continued to work in the downtown core. Currently, we have allotted 27 volunteers, but only currently 19 are active, and that's based on just some of the implication of COVID-19 and not being able to get everyone back for various reasons because of that. And 6 full-time leads currently and 7 part-time leads. Moving on to the accomplishments for Q2. We had 84 hours of service each week. That's 7 days a week for operating from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. 478 location checks, including people in need, negative behaviors, crimes, 298 wellness checks, and that's also people in need of medical attention or support. Also provided in Q2, 80 instances of giving life-saving measures and first aid, and that includes nasal Narcan use by our Watch members. We also assisted locating missing youth, potential crime witnesses, wanted individuals, and stolen property, continue to be proactive in foot patrols, and continue growing the relationship with the Sage Clan as well in the downtown area. Just to continue on with accomplishments, we continue community engagement, parking meter and direction assist, connecting vulnerable persons with services. We're also assisting social agencies connect with their clients. A couple examples of this is Child and Family Services, the Friendship Center, and the Probation Office, and merely acting as a mode of passing on information if they can't locate any of their clients in the downtown area. We developed and implemented competency-based training as performance feedback for team leads. We also engaged in cultural and spiritual awareness as a larger part of basic training, an opportunity for training calendar for volunteers and the leads. And our statistical activity measures are more, I guess, uniquely identified and standardized. And just continue one more with the accomplishments. We've increased our use of radio communications to collect activities in our police CAD system, and working on enhancing accuracy in computer-aided dispatch, which is our CAD, with the Public Safety Communication Center, and this is to capture activities related to police, fire, EMS, and public service and safe walks events, just to always continue to make sure our data is as accurate as possible. And the Watch continues to work with the community peace officers and to enhance service to the community. And Mr. Cove, our manager here, is working as a member of the Downtown Clean and Safe Subcommittee of the Heart of our City Committee, and he will also be soon attending with the Gulf Garden Revitalization Committee that I believe is set to start up sometime in the fall. Moving on to statistical data, you'll see many of the familiar stats that we've had in past presentations. Some of the things that might stand out, you'll see the public service calls from April to May to June. May and June are very comparable, but April is down. That can be attributed to more of proactive assigned checks. And you may think that because of COVID we didn't have the volunteers, but the team leads were always working during this time. So they were assigned and they were out there and they were always doing checks. So, and partly, as mentioned, with our better data that we're collecting, that makes a more accurate depiction of what we're doing, and that has an impact on those two numbers. Move on. And just this a review of what public service events, the definition of that and what we do attend. Location checks, assistance to businesses, wellness checks, de-escalation, which watch members are trained in, found identification, credit card, bank cards, motor vehicle assistance, stuck or otherwise, directions, minor first aid, parking meter assistance as mentioned, referrals from social agencies. Some of the partners that we do work with do rely on us to relay information, and other public services. And continuing on, statistical data. We keep track of calls for the diversion outreach team transport services, and during this quarter, calls for Arches needle pickup. That was during quarter two up till the end of June. Now, there's as with everything else, there's been an impact on from COVID-19. As of June 18th, most volunteers returned. Like I said, we're at 19 out of 27 volunteers, and those that aren't here remain off due to some vulnerabilities. Spent 128 volunteer hours in the final 12 days of June, so we're getting out there more and more. And obviously proper protection procedures for our volunteers and team leads and employees, which we all are familiar with now. And moving on. And just following procedures as well, if members are instructed to self-isolate, demonstrating any symptoms, just in an effort like everyone else in the city, try and keep everybody safe as we can. And I'll just move on to the risks finally here. Within the last quarter, there was, I guess, some, we'll call it the Fund the Watch movement. Some public not seeing the good work the watch members are doing, bias towards watch members, negative perceptions from incorrect information, and this is in spite of 88.8% of surveyed citizens' approval. I know Mr. Cove has met with Ms. Runyons, who did present at Police Commission, our last Police Commission meeting, and brought up some of the concerns that she had, which was appreciated because we can always learn and move forward from it. And he has had some good meetings with her and also with this SAGE clan to continue to foster those relationships in education. So, and Mr. Cove can speak to that at the end if you have any questions in regards to that. Continuing on with the risks, not as many volunteer applications, obviously due to the pandemic, just the downturn like we see in many other aspects of society. The risk, obviously, if you're out and about, there's an infection risk despite our best efforts. And as continues, always we're always recruiting, hiring, and retention of staff and volunteers. There's always a turnover, whether it's students, just the nature of volunteerism, we tend to see that. And just to start to wrap up here, some of the next steps that we're going to be looking at moving forward with the program is, I think I missed the page here. I apologize. I'm going too fast here. Next, there we go. We'll develop and review the Process or Watch program in November when it comes forward to council. We'll hopefully resume scheduled monthly training for team leads and volunteers, continue information sharing and public awareness of Safe Walk and the Watch in general, review statistical data and keep enhancing that efficiency and help with our deployment strategies, and continue recruiting of volunteers. And I believe this is also something we mentioned in our last presentation, is the examination of uniform changes, different styles of uniform and colors to ensure no confusion with police and there's no perception that the watch members are any type of law enforcement. And that involves examining the impact of color change to impact mood, ease of recognition, identifiability, and safety. And obviously that's something we're looking at, but not in the future, to see where the program goes. And finally, with the financials, as mentioned, the Watch has an annual budget of $601,722. Sorry, which I think is off $1 from the first slide. I'm not sure where that dollar is, probably it's a typo. Year to date, the budget would be $275,000. The actual budget year to date at the end of Q2 is $244,000 with a variance of $31,000 in the plus. And basically that's attributed to just the hours are down for the team leads and the part-time leads wages. So. And that is my presentation. I'll open it up to any questions you may have. Mr. Cole is here with me as he's the boots on the street, so to speak, and has the day-to-day activities. So if there are any questions between the two of us, we'll be able to answer them for you.
Okay, we do have questions. We'll start with Councillor Higgin.
Thank you very much for the presentation. The majority of the questions that I am asked regarding the watch is the financial side of things. Of course, it's, you know, what is the cost involved? And I see this 275, it's 244, and the question is, and I know majority of this answer, but I think it's important that the community hears from yourself that it's majority of volunteers. They say, so why is the cost so high? And I know we have team leads, etc. But if you can maybe just, and you've spoken a little bit to that,
yeah.
But just if you can say what those costs are if we have such a large amount of volunteers.
That's a very good question. And I'll cover what I can. If there's anything I'll miss, I'll let Jeff answer that. Obviously, there's manager salary, there's part-time team leads, as you mentioned. There's also uniforms, supplies, training needs, and what have you. And that's where a lot of it contributes to. Jeff, if there's other things that I have missed from an overview,
so
good in that, go ahead.
Yeah, so the number of hours that we put out at 336 hours, person hours a week with team leads, our volunteers do not go out on their own. We have access to the police building, police facilities, the computers, all the rest of that stuff. So the people that run as team leads have to be cleared to have that access to the police station. So to do that, they're on as employees. So we provide 336 person hours per week, which is 17,472 employment hours through the week to cover the entire downtown area, which we've broken up into 5 different areas. So when we put out 4 team leads, sometimes if we get 5, we're able to cover the entire downtown from 5th Avenue North to 6th Avenue South, from the River Bottom Parks to Marmgrath Drive, which is a huge area to be covering on foot. Those hours at the hourly rate that we get for our team leads and whatnot actually works out to about $372,000 a year, plus my salary on top puts us slightly over $400,000 a year. It's for salaries alone. In addition to that, we have the training piece. Now, we have a very, very extensive training program, and that nobody gets to be out on the street until they complete the 1-week training portion, which includes a number of things, but not the least of which is our tactical communication, being able to build relationships, native cultural spiritual awareness, making us aware of our biases that we may not be aware of, and we also train with respect to using the radios, because we are using radios that puts us into communication with the Public Safety Communications Center. So there's that level of training, plus we supply them with the uniforms, which we're working out how that looks so that we're able to save money on our uniforms and what we exactly issue. So at the end of the day, that, plus we have the truck, which is not a patrol platform. It's a resource deployment platform. So we use the truck to put our people who are in the furthest areas west or east of the police station out on the street. We don't want them to spend all their shift time walking to the area they're supposed to be patrolling. We'd rather have them spend the time in the area they're supposed to be patrolling, so we drive them out there. It also works as an occupational health and safety piece, in that it provides safety if they have a problem with a particular individual. They can retreat to the truck, where we had an incident the other day with a weapon with our people that were out there. Fortunately, they had the truck, so they could retreat to that, call for assistance. We also use it when it's cold, when it's raining, when it's really, really hot, when they take their breaks. We like to keep them out on the street, and it's an opportunity for us to put out on the street to advertise the phone number to get safe walks, which we've been doing a lot of as of late. They've started to go up a little bit for us, and the fact that the watch is present. So all those things factor into the funding that's there. And in spite of all that, and in addition to all that, we've still been fielding. We had 2.5 months where we had no volunteers at all, but we're still averaging to date 345 volunteer hours a month, which is really significant for us to be able to still accomplish that. And those are free hours that are provided on the road with our volunteers.
I appreciate you speaking to the vehicle. That was going to be another one of my questions, but thank you. And also the expanded area, from what I understand from when it first started, is taking a little more of the area throughout our community and more of a safe watch. Is there any plans of expanding that area, or is it just going to be concentrated on currently what it is?
Predominantly, as it sits today, is the main downtown area. We get out east as we can. The difficulty that we have, of course, is the availability for resources. If you actually sit down and do the numbers of the volunteers that are actually required for us to field a full complement of 4 volunteers to cover the 3 shifts that we have every day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks out of the year, we would need more than 80 volunteers to be able to do that. Currently, with the staff that we have for volunteers, I would require each volunteer to provide, we currently ask them to do 16 hours a month. We would have to up that to over 36 hours a month per volunteer, and have each volunteer do it consistently without fail to be able to cover all the areas. The downside of what we do with our volunteers is there's a large amount of walking that's required. It's not uncommon for a volunteer in a 4-hour shift to walk 15 or 16 kilometers. So there's a lot of that piece. So it takes a certain level of skill and ability for an individual to come and walk with us. I still volunteer. I still go out 1 shift a week to be out in working with my teams and whatnot, but I participate as a volunteer, not their manager. So that piece is out there. But I would love to be able to cover more areas. There's some peripheral areas that we get calls from businesses about, and I'm reluctant to tell them no, even though they're outside of our area, they're still within a stone's throw. So I have been known to consult with some of the business owners to provide them some SEPTED type techniques and some ability to be able to deal with individuals who have negative behaviors in their businesses, because it's about the behaviors, not the people. That's what the people that call us and want to have us provide some insight into how to help them out. That's what we do.
Appreciate all you and your team do to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Inspector Lawrence and Mr. Cove, for the information for the presentation. Inspector Lawrence, you mentioned that it was yourself, might have been Mr. Cove, that's actually reached out to Ms. Bunions to address some of her concerns. Can you talk about some of the concerns that she had and what you're doing to either respond or to affect change?
How that actually worked was, so she was, fortunately, she's a team lead for the Sage Clan, and she was present at a meeting, my last meeting with the Sage Clan, with Mark. Mark and I have struck up a relationship, so we're in contact via phone, via text, and via Facebook, the two of us. And so that relationship is building. Our last meeting, we actually had our community liaison and our cultural liaison officers were there. Granted, they had a lot of conversation with respect to the police, but nonetheless, we had our conversation. It was actually an opportunity for me it was a stroke of luck that I actually got to be there with Rebecca and have a conversation with her. It was just about getting to know you time. But I can tell you that in my relationship with Mark, there has been some significant changes for us on how we do business. Again, it's about behaviors, not people. Any person is entitled to go and have a sit down for as long as you want anywhere in the city, or as long as you're not obstructing sidewalks, those kinds of things, have a nap or whatever. And for us, it's been learning about Indigenous culture with respect to being polite, talking to people, meeting people in the park when we sit down, that you don't go and just pull up a chair and sit down. This isn't your living room. It's someplace where they're occupying a table, where they're invited. It was kind of different when we started to change how that approach looked, because lots of people asked, why are you just saying hello and walking by? So we stopped and we asked, may I sit with you? So those little things, but Mark has advised me at the meeting that we had last Thursday that that's gone leaps and bounds to building those relationships and doing those kinds of things. So, and it's important to me and my people that we're not seen as the police. We're not an enforcement agency. We will absolutely call an emergency service for you if need be. And so that piece works for us, as well as some of the parts. You noticed some of those, the public service events where the numbers are up. That's actually part of the direction that we have taken, away from the time when I was a police officer here in the community and people used to call the police because somebody was sleeping in the park, and rather than check on that individual, they would call the police, and the police would have to attend and do that kind of stuff. So I've directed now that we're doing more proactive location checks, not where we find negative people, but where we find negative behaviors. I have business owners now that just call me directly to the office, and so we add them to our list of places that we go by. And it's just about going by and being present and having a conversation with people that are there in those locations, and hoping that we can start building relationships and they won't conduct negative behaviors there. We don't care if the people are there, it's the behaviors. So there's those pieces, and then in addition to that, it's the ones where we find people, they may not be apparently conscious, which is important to us, because we don't want people to call the police and take up a police officer's time because people happen to be gathering at a particular location. And we don't want them calling the police on somebody who doesn't appear to be conscious when they actually might need an ambulance or something like that, or something that we can simply provide some level of service, access to a social service. Maybe they just need a ride somewhere. And we find that happens a lot, and it keeps the police from having to do those things. And the police don't want to be dealing with individuals who are simply living their lives the best that they can, any more than the people want to be dealt with by the police. And so that's that piece where, for all intents and purposes, the watch is like a defund the police kind of movement, in that it keeps the police from doing these kinds of things, because we're quite capable of doing that thing, and we enjoy those things, and we enjoy those things. We enjoy the relationships that we build with those people and the things that we learn. So there's those pieces. And I don't know if any of you are aware, but recently the University of Alberta came out with a free Indigenous Canada program at the University of Alberta that I have now enrolled in, and I've got my staff enrolled in as well. It's a really, really good program. It's a little time consuming, but it's a great training and knowledge for somebody in my position or any person that lives in Southern Alberta to gain a knowledge of how we got where we are today and how the settlers arrived in North America and for all intents and purposes took over Turtle Island, and it became Canada. And so it gives those insights to my people to make them more understanding and have a better understanding of how we got where we are and better able to deliver services that are respectful to the people that we deliver them to. So these are all a work in progress, and I absolutely, I want to, certainly meet with Rebecca again. I love meeting with Mark. I love meeting with his team. Yeah, we'll see where it goes, but it's definitely going to be something that builds, that I'm kind of proud of where we've gotten to. Mark gives me a bad time when we get together, so he teases me a lot, and that's a good thing. So yeah, I look forward to every time I get to meet with Mark and his team.
Thank you. I've known you a while. You are an easy target, so thank you for that. We appreciate that. What are you hoping to achieve then we'll talk Q3 a little bit, but that ends in September basically. Q3 and Q4 in terms of your relationship with Sage Clan.
It's going to continue and it's going to grow. I've actually volunteered service, whatever they need me to do, anything that they need me to do, I'm more than willing to do. I haven't been invited to go out and patrol yet, but I'm sure that that's going to come, hopefully. The relationship with the Sage Clan, of course, is a piece where I'm also proud to say that the Sage Clan will come to the Watch members and have us provide services, and that's happened. So whether it's been individuals that have messages regarding family emergencies through the Friendship Center, whether it's individuals who are in need of life-saving first aid and the Narcan that we carry, whether it's simply an opportunity to say hello in the park, those things, because this isn't about me, this is about the teams. And so the teams, when the people that are out there, because at the end of the day, they spend significantly more time out on the street. My Watch teams do with the Sage Clan teams. Now the Sage Clan teams might not have as many hours every week that are out there, but at the end of the day, I've taken it along as our responsibility to try and fill in for them when they're not there, because we're there from 10 to 10 and our hours are slightly different. And again, but they're there after 10 p.m., so they provide services later into the night than we do. So this is a partnership, and it's going to be a partnership, and I'm going to do what I need to do to make sure that that partnership grows and is certainly one that we build off one another. We do lots of stuff that's the same, but we do even more stuff that's different, but one might be dependent on another for a number of different things, whether they're dealing with Indigenous or non-Indigenous individuals that are homeless, that are addicted, and even going back to things, learning from Mark about the piece on addiction and how the trauma of Indigenous children and their parents and whatnot has come about to be able to provide service with a level of understanding. I'm just sorry to say that it's not something that I learned about 35 years ago when I started policing here in Lethbridge 35 years ago in September. So, but you know what? Today's a new day. We move forward, and all of my people are moving forward, and that's where we're going, and we're building that relationship, which I value with Mark and his team.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thanks for the information. Mr. Coven, you've kind of more or less answered my question in a way, but it's a broad question, and as someone who has spent 35 years working in the police force, you have an incredible perspective of the downtown as to what you've seen, what you've gone through, the evolution of the downtown. So as you sit back in your chair as head of the Watch, and you ask yourself the question, is the Watch doing what it was intended to do? What would you say is your answer to that?
The Watch is intended to provide service to the people of downtown Lethbridge, regardless of where they come from. They're all parts of as stakeholders downtown. Significantly, the people who are of the marginalized community and provide service to them. They work very hard at living. They work as hard at living as most of us in this room do at going to work every day and paying our mortgages and doing the things that we do. And I would say to you that going forward, I look forward to the watch being able to grow that piece and the availability to deliver those services, and find many other ways to be able to partner with people to deliver services to the people that are in the downtown community. One of the ones as of late from Councillor Mayashiro with respect to being part of the network that he set up and he got us going on. That's a great resource for me and is able to grow it. I can tell you that in 1985, I wish we had something like this. I wish as a police officer I didn't have to go on calls because we had somebody from the downtown community call because there was a person of color who happened to be sleeping in the park. And I always thought that was odd, because as a white guy who's as English as they come, who's a settler as they come, I could go and sleep in the park and no one would say anything. So I wish they had something like the watch 35 years ago. I wish from this perspective that I was talking to you with watch teams that are in all corners of the city, and that I had 3 times as many volunteers and team leads as I do. And quite frankly, I wish you were spending much more money on running those teams and being able to provide that service so the police could do the things that police do, and that the watch people do things that the police ought not to be doing, but people actually need in the community to move forward with.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cove. And what you're saying, if we were reading between the lines, is the watch is more cost-effective and in a way than using the police resources, which could be used more effectively in other areas. So it's a complementary service to existing police services, and in a way, taxpayers are getting the bang for their buck. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In terms of your relationship with the Sage Clan, of course, one of the challenges is Sage Clan struggles for funding, and the number that's used is, well, we're spending $1.2 million on the watch over 2 years. We're struggling to find funding sources for the Sage Clan to keep them viable. Do you see that partnership evolving in any way where there could be more supports for Sage Clan financially?
Probably not specifically from the police service per se, but I think that there's opportunities out there that need to be sought with respect to grant funding and those kinds of things. I can tell you that in my my relationship that I've built with the downtown BRZ and the relationship they have with the Sage Clan, the abilities to fund or to provide a avenue to have funding go to something like the Sage Clan exists. I get where Mark is coming from with respect to his organization is one of the few. There are many organizations like his. His is one of the few that's not incorporated. And of course, that's a big piece of, that is a big piece of applying for funding and reporting out on grants and money that you get from government. I think that there's absolutely room there to do that, but I also understand that that's also very colonial, and that's an issue. And the sad piece is, of course, that you have to be able to live in the colonial world to accept money or to receive money from government, and so we have to be creative that way. And that's something that I have asked to be part of. I haven't been invited to be part of that yet. I don't have a lot of extra money in the police budget, of course, and I don't control those things. I mean, that's you to the police commission. However, there are certainly opportunities there, and I think that there's things, I mean, I have work I could potentially be doing to help there with respect to how we get grants. I've helped downtown condominiums and businesses and whatnot access available grants for SEPTED and crime prevention, so there's no reason why they can't access grant funding for the Sage Clan. They do different things and they need the money for different things because, of course, they provide food services, which is something that we don't provide, and that's what they do with the money that they get. I mean, when we donate to the GoFundMe page that they have, every little bit certainly helps. And I've donated personally to it. And I know there's lots of people that have donated personally to it. And that money, every cent, every dollar that they get goes a long way. So I would encourage people, if they have an opportunity to do that, to certainly donate to it, because the work that they do is important and is valuable in our community. And it also bolsters the work that the Watch does as well. So I think there's lots of opportunities that are out there. I don't know about how far the incorporation piece hinders going forward, although I suspect it's a fair amount given the requirements to report back to government. But I think that there's a role to be played there, and it doesn't matter whether your shirt's red or whatever color it is. It's about getting involved and about letting them know that you're there and you're willing to do it. There's lots more people in this community that have a lot more skill than I ever thought of having with respect to getting grant funding and being able to fund organizations with them. And I would encourage those people to get along too. You don't have to patrol, but boy, we could sure use the brain power and the ability to do that kind of stuff. So,
Thank you. So the challenge that's been presented to council and other councils is we should be spending less money on enforcement and more money addressing the actual issues of poverty, homelessness, and those types of things. That's a very simplistic description of what the challenge is going forward. Is there a chance that at a future presentation that there would be representation from the Sage clan in the audience endorsing and supporting the work that you're doing?
You know what, Mark tells me all the time that he supports what we're doing. He told me again last week, you know, it's always something. I like hearing from Mark, and I'd love to have Mark come here to talk to you. I think that'd be great. I think it'd be really cool if I got to ask him to come and do it. So.
All right. Okay, well, that's great. Thank you. That's all the questions we have. Very interesting presentation. Thank you. We'll move on to the next presentation. Community Peace Officers. We're welcome Acting Inspector Van Roon.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And I've invited Sergeant Mike Williamson to attend with me as well. He's the direct supervisor for the Community Peace Officers, so thank you for this opportunity. So to get started then, the nature of the initiative is to have 15 community peace officers performing duties and functions that don't require a fully armed police officer to increase the presence in our downtown core, provide proactive foot patrol in the downtown core, and increase public safety and enable deployment of police officers. So that's, as we know, how the initiative started. In terms of funding, taxation is $1,166,500 through taxation. Lethbridge Police Service, an additional $200,000 for a total of $1,366,500. I'll go to the timeline. Now I know this is for the April, May, June quarter. Just to give in that a bit of a timeline, I guess, for what's been happening here. CPOs were self-sufficient was proposed in January. We had, as of January 9th, CPOs on 4 teams. In February, we hired an additional 3 CPOs. However, in March, the training got canceled because of COVID-19 for these 3 additional CPOs. In April, we trained 3 of the CPOs, which we already had existing in our program, into the Judicial Interim Release Program, so that we could then take 3 of those officers that were currently in that role and have them go back to the street as call takers, which has worked well. In May, we have those now CPOs which are staffing that juror position, and we were able to have the CPO training resume. So that was very beneficial. And then in June, 2 of the CPOs were actually hired as in an experienced police officer program for us at Lethbridge Police. So that brought our number from 9 to 7. However, with the 3 that we have hired that we're in the process of training right now, their training will be done in the end of October. That'll bring our CPO number to 10. So our anticipation is that we would hire in order to get ultimately our CPO program back to the number of 15, which is where it was originally intended. If we move to our accomplishments, proactive foot patrol, that is definitely happening. Community engagement, responding to disturbance and nuisance calls, our theft under 5,000 and shoplifting calls they're responding to, and panhandling and loitering calls, as well as dealing with any trespass complaints that businesses may have, public intoxication, less police attendance for some of these calls, allowing police to respond to the higher priority calls for service, which is a quicker response than for the citizens for a police officer to arrive. And we have as well a CPO enforcement vehicle, which will be used at times if they need to do transportation and stuff like that of anyone that might be in custody. When we look over to our statistical data for April, May, June, the numbers dipped a little bit in June. Part of that could be due as well to both COVID and the fact that we did lose 2 of those CPOs to our experienced officer class as well. If we look towards our risks, we're currently staffed with, as I mentioned, 7 CPOs that are fully trained, as well as we have 3 that are in the process and are currently with field training officers to be trained. So by October, we'll have then 10 fully trained CPOs. Timelines for recruiting and hiring to get a complement of 15 CPOs. That becomes a risk, and then again, we're going through the process of hiring. That is not always easy. There's recruitment by other police agencies, some lack of financial stability in terms of the program. May have some people cautious whether to engage in the program, and attraction and retention of employees with that. And there's a competitive job market for policing jobs, etc. So those are some of the risks that with the CPO program that we're finding. If we flip to effects of COVID-19, overall lower call volume, increase in thefts to essential businesses that are currently open. So there's been an increase in thefts, dealing with potentially sick and infected persons. So like any emergency service, the risk of exposure is heightened, and that's definitely something that's one of the COVID-19 risks. In terms of the financials, as I mentioned before, the annual budget, $1,366,500 is the annual budget. The budget year to date, $775,000, and the actual year to date is $571,000, with a variance year to date of $204,000. And that could be accounting for the fact that we have, at this point, 10 as opposed to 15 of the CPOs in the program. So if we move to next steps, would be hiring and recruiting strategy has been adjusted. So when we first developed the program, the CPOs were trained alongside the police officers, and this last training has had the separate training program. So CPOs are being trained separately apart from the police training, which is allowed for a more streamlined training. So 3 new CPOs to be field trained by experienced police officers for approximately 12 weeks. They'll be solo ready in mid-October of this year. And there's been cross-training to enable CPOs to cover holding cells, which is happening. And at this point, we don't have CPOs at the front desk, but that could be a next step as well. If we can have the numbers to, it's expected of 15. Continued downtown response is a self-sufficient unit, and redeployment to 4 police officers to patrols with CPOs assuming the judicial interim release role. So that is rolling out, and we do have CPOs that are now in that juror role, which has been very helpful. So that is the presentation. I will try my best to answer any questions, as well as Sergeant Mike Williamson is here with me as well.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions. Start with Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Acting Inspector Van Room, for the information. Appreciate that. The big, sort of the big philosophy, or the fundamental philosophy under this, that the council discussed 2 years ago when we were looking at the budget, was about creating the CPOs to benefit the sworn officers. Now, you've talked about future steps or next steps, redeployment of 4 officers to patrols, and the CPOs will assume the JIR role. You're talking as well about moving into the front desk, which are great steps. How is it benefiting the sworn officers then? Can you think of examples that having a CPO in place has actually done X for officers, for the sworn officers?
So I think the benefit, for instance, in having our CPOs into the short-term holding facility as a judicial interim release officer is that we are now taking on those teams that would have that. We're taking another sworn member and actually adding them to the street. So you're now having another set of boots on the ground, another officer in a car, another officer making contact with citizens. Our teams, patrol teams, have been fairly short, so that's significant to have another officer that's actually then out in the public, out in the community, taking calls for service.
Okay, the calls for service are still dependent upon availability, correct? So while it'd be nice to have CPOs dealing with, you've got the stats here where they're predominantly focused. It is any officer who will respond to any call. Is that correct? As dispatched. So it doesn't necessarily stop sworn officers from where's your screen here, the one where it talks about theft under 5,000, shoplifting, the things that the CPOs are generally responding to. Any officer can still and will still respond to them.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I failed to ask Mr. Cove this actually in the previous presentation, but I will check with you as well. You mentioned the health. Are you is the department being met with its PPE needs? The CPOs are appropriately and properly
Yes.
geared up, and you're not having any issues in acquiring that? That's excellent. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just couldn't hear you very well.
No, that's okay. That's what the mask does. I think that was it. Good. Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
So there's a significant investment in training before these individuals go out onto the street. The investment in training, the delay to get people started, in the end, is that worth it?
Absolutely. I think that it goes without saying that the training is essential because the CPOs are dealing with the public and still in an enforcement role with people that they may end up arresting or be providing advice to, etc. So it is essential that they're trained and that they're delivering a high level of service and that they actually know where their parameters are in terms of what they're able to enforce and what they're able to not. So I think the training is imperative, as well as just for their own officer safety, from an officer safety point of view, etc. So,
Okay, I agree with you. The training is important for any officer to go out there, but in terms of justifying CPOs, there's an added cost for training versus the regular training that you provide to new police officers that come in. But this offers good value to taxpayers to have the CPO program.
I would say absolutely it does. In terms of the costing and for training, and maybe Staff Sergeant Woods, who's actually in charge of the training, would you like to speak to that, if that's okay? She could speak to the training itself.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure, so it is a little bit confusing because we've now run 2 classes, I guess, and the second one was interrupted with COVID. So the model that we first had would take approximately 23 weeks for a full police officer to get trained. And what we found after that is we had to do an additional 3 weeks of training to redirect them to their limited authorities, and actually ended up having to train a CPO 25 to 28 weeks for their job. So we found that model obviously was not efficient, right? It doesn't look at what you guys are asking us to do. So this last class, the intent was actually to send them to the Solicitor General College, which offers a basic 6 weeks training for a CPO. to be certified. However, we do have unique training needs within Lethbridge Police Service as far as Smart Squad and some other things. We also do a lot of scenario-based training, cultural training that wouldn't be involved in the college. Due to COVID, that class got canceled and we did the training ourselves. So now we're in a spot where we have, we're getting currently accredited by the Solicitor General to do the next reiteration because they don't have any classes available until March. So we're looking at potentially in October having a second class, which would be 11 weeks of training. So although that's double what the Solicitor General would provide, it's still less than half of what a police officer costs us for training. I think like 11 weeks of training compared to 23 weeks of training is a significant amount less in order to get somebody on the street who can deal with these types of calls and relieve that police officer. So in essence, it's half the cost, or at least half the cost of a police officer to get a CPO out on the street.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you for that explanation as well. So this is an initiative of City Council through the Police Commission, of course, but measurements for success. What is the department using as a measurement of success then for having the CPOs on board?
Mike, do you have any? Okay. So a measurement of success, I think, is being a few things. I think being able to free up officers to respond to more high priority calls is definitely a measure of success, so that we have more availability for when those calls come in, and when our pending is significant, that we have officers that are responding to those, as well as just an increased contact in the community. So the CPOs being able to be in the downtown, to be able to be on significant foot patrol, just an increase in the amount of contact with community members from someone who would be either a police officer or a CPO. So we also, of course, have our downtown beat officers as well still. So in working conjunction, we actually have that many more members that are actually, and CPOs that are actually dealing with calls for service and being able to make those contacts. So I think that that's a measure of success, and the occurrences would demonstrate that they're actually having significant impact in terms of dealing with calls for service as well.
Okay. And if I may add to that, they also we're seeing a quicker response time to a lot of calls that may stand in our pending screen for more than what is warranted hours. We are now responding to those calls in a lot quicker fashion, and customer satisfaction. The most common comment I get is, thank you for attending and in such a timely manner.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Spearman.
Thank you. There are no further questions, so thank you for your presentation, and we can move on to the next one on the PACT team. Thank you.
Okay, I will, for the next presentation, we have our PACT presentation. I will invite, they're still here, they're Constable Boris and Marco, who's our AHS mental health professional, to join us in case there's any other questions that they may be able to help us with. So the nature of the initiative is it's comprised of one police constable through Lethbridge Police, as well as I mentioned, a AHS mental health professional, which is Marco. The initiative was to stabilize individuals experiencing addictions and or mental health issues by referring them to appropriate resources in the community, liaise with the Chinook Regional Hospital to advocate for admissions and support police members working within the scope of mental health, and connect individuals to services related to mental health or addictions. So the nature of the initiative to continue, connect individuals to various housing and financial services as needed, provide consultation with different community agencies, whether that be AHS, police members for complex cases, planning and management. I know on a personal level, I've asked both of them when I was in the Staff Sergeant's office to assist with different members of the community that were experiencing mental health crisis, and looking to them for support and guidance on that, and they were able to both work with the individual and actually help the police with some of the resources needed and some strategies. Monitor individuals for short-term duration until appropriate services are connected with them. If we look at the funding source, it's an annual budget taxation of $127,300. And our operational timeline, the proposed was one full-time officer, funded pilot project, and that's been happening throughout the year, so that has remained the same. And if we move to our accomplishments, building strong collaborative relationships with various community agencies and working so closely with Alberta Health Services, assisting numerous individuals in connecting them with services in line with their treatment goals, and diverting calls for emergency services for users to more appropriate resources. So statistically, you can see that total occurrences throughout April, May, June were in the 290s. Monitoring clients remained between 187 into the 200s throughout that. New client follow-up, June, you'll see that it's a little bit lower, and part of that is that both these gentlemen were actually not present for most of June for various reasons. So that would be, you'll see those numbers come back again in July. So that would be from a statistical point of view. When we look at our risks, some of the staffing and time constraints delayed in follow-up, with 2 of them. If there's holidays or any type of leave due to various reasons, there may be some delays in terms of following up with clients. Limited coverage currently with the 2 of them. There's a Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 component. And as well right now there's a post crisis, so it's a response as opposed to more proactive in certain ways. Once they have an idea of who the individuals are, there can be some more proactive work taking place. But response is based on patrol officers that will have dealt with individuals, and limited training opportunities. So again, back to the financials, our annual budget, $127,300. Our budget year to date is $70,000, and that is the actual year to date. Next steps is to improve the reporting practices to gather statistical data, and to continue to collaborate and consult with all partners, and seek opportunities within the community to develop new partnerships. And I touched on it briefly, but to increase that front line response, that being if there's someone who has experienced a mental health crisis, well, these gentlemen are working that they would actually become part of the response team to assist that person, and thus identifying some of the gaps in service to respond in more timely fashion. Because of COVID, there were small drops in the numbers for tasks being sent to them to review. Face-to-face contact, as with most interagency, has been very difficult, and that has ceased by and large. So it's either a Zoom or a Skype call for further follow-up, and appearance of delusions related to COVID-19 with some clients. So they are finding that the numbers are now increasing again significantly, and again, because of COVID, there is some difficulty with the face-to-face component of it. So that is it for our presentation today, but we'll open it up for any questions for either myself or these 2 gentlemen who are definitely boots on the ground with the program.
Thank you. We'll start with Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you very much for the presentation. One question that I get from the community regarding the PAC team. You discussed that there was Monday to Friday, 8 to 5, those hours, and so not on weekends or evenings. Do you find that time is the best time to have it? It just, the questions I get is, does this usually not happen in the evening, and on weekends is where the spiked amount of help is needed? Is it because of the connection with the other community groups, or can you explain why that 8 to 5, it just seems?
Yes, because we're not always responding front line to people in crisis. We still need to be able to work with our community partners and meet with them to discuss really complex clients, and we need to work hours to accommodate that. That's how we've operated up till this time. We are looking at modified hours so that we get longer coverage throughout the day. We haven't implemented anything like that as of now, but we're working on different things, and this whole program is sort of in its infancy, so we're looking at talking to other agencies to see how they found shifting has worked, and how we can use our limited resources to the fullest.
I appreciate that. Again, that's just a question I received out there, so I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
I'm just looking at the monitored clients, and I see the number continues to increase. So I think the last report, it was in the 60s, 160s and 170s, and then up to 180, and then we see now we're at 187, and then 204 clients. So the caseload continues to increase.
Yeah, it does, and it's that's also with some clients expiring, so to speak. Like, we'll put a flag on that person in our records management so that anytime they have any police contact, we're notified of that, and we set those flags for 1 year. So there are clients being removed from that list as we add to the list as well. So
good, and the resources needed to deal with that, this problem isn't going away. It's continuing to escalate.
I mean, we are always identifying new people that need our help and our resources, and when we do that, we're not eliminating mental illness for another person. So every time we identify somebody, it just keeps building up and adding, and it's a bit of work for us to triage and figure out who is the most acute and who we need to work the most towards helping. But I think as we're going through and developing this program, I think we're getting better and better at that.
Okay. And as our supported housing facility eventually gets built, maybe in a year and a half or two, you'll be able to assist in identifying which clients might be most appropriate to be housed?
Yeah, we'd love to do that.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you to everyone for their presentations today. I appreciate the information coming back in front of council. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate place to ask the question, but I'd like to ask a question of the Police Commission, if I can, if the chair or anyone here, or...
We could ask the question, and I'll tell you if it's appropriate or not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I appreciate it. And it was sort of touched on through several of the questions and some of the presentations. But I know, looking back to presentations we've had from LPS and the Commission in past, I think the number that we used to see was more than 70% of calls for service to police were actually not police issues. They were more social issues, and I think that's a lot of the things we're hearing about today. And I know that puts massive pressures on our service that really aren't in the jurisdiction or their area of expertise. So my question is to the Commission is, are there any discussions at that level happening around, I don't want to say defunding the police, but reallocating resources to better fit the services that are needed and alleviate those pressures on the service? One person said to me a while back, if 70% of the calls are of social nature, if you cut funding by 30% to the force and redirected that, you'd magically get 40% of capacity given to the police force. And so I'm just wondering if there's any discussion. We went the other way. We added to the budget to try and address these. Other jurisdictions are looking at not defunding, but redirecting those dollars to give the capacity to the service. And I'm just wondering if the Commission is having those discussions rather than asking for increased funding to battle that, to look at their own internal funding and saying, you know, we could probably better direct those funds. Is that discussion happening?
I think it's happening to some extent. The issue really has become more visible in the last, in 2020, to say the least. So those discussions will continue to happen as we come forward. Of course, Programs like this identify the problem. We're getting statistics that we didn't get before at council level. So how best to address them is something that can be worked on. There's going to be a meeting at some point between the commission and city council, and that might be a great time to raise that particular topic and make sure that it's adequately covered in any future budgets or who should address that issue. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Spindler. I appreciate that. And once again, thank you for all the work you're doing and for the great information you're providing us. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll ask our presenters to take seats in the audience. We have no further questions, and we'll deal with the resolution. I have a resolution from Councillor Higgin, quarterly report to City Council for the Watch, Community Peace Officers, and Police and Crisis Team. Be it resolved that City Council receive this presentation as information, and further be it resolved that Inspector Lawrence, Acting Inspector Cameron Van Roon be thanked for their presentations. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. As indicated here, when the funding came for the Watch Community Peace Officers and Police Crisis Team in 2019 to 22, is directed LPS must report quarterly on the operational progress and financial status of each program. That is why they're here. We appreciate everything that they do, again, to keep our community safe, and we wish them the best of luck going forward. If there's no other questions or any debate, I'll call for the vote.
Okay, there are no other questions. Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none, so that's unanimous. Now we're running about 30 minutes behind already. We have one more presentation. Do we wish to do that presentation before the break? Okay, we will move on to presentation 4.2, and I'll ask Ms. Pinkson, our city treasurer, to talk to us about the 2020 operating forecast.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, members of City Council. Just here to give an update on the June 2020 operating forecast. Last time we were here, we provided an update to City Council in April, which is not typical of a report out period, but just given everything that's going on, we brought forward information at that time. Just kind of highlighting, the next slide is highlighting, slide 3 highlights just our typical kind of reporting process and how that typically flows. Slide 4 just gives a summary on the information and the sections that's included in the operating forecast. Slide 5 just summarizes some of the assumptions that's been made. So we're still early in our financial forecast. This is assumptions to the end of the year. We've given direction to our business units to look at what COVID impact is between March and the end of August. Obviously, we're quickly approaching the end of August and may have to adjust our forecast for the September report out, which will be in November, just given some of the assumptions that have been made. Many of those potentially could change or will change, and so the narrative includes information based on the assumptions that we provided and summarized in this slide. It also assumes that any provincial operating grant that we budgeted for, we anticipate that we will receive, which we did get some information from the police department that they received confirmation that they would obtain both of their kind of policing grants, which is good news and helpful in terms of forecasting our budget and variance to the end of the year. The next slide just summarizes, just some additional kind of information about where we're at, our corporate position as well as our business unit position. Again, lots of uncertainties and assumptions made. depending on our weather in October, November, December, always adds for some interesting assumptions in terms of forecasts to the end of the year. So just some uncertainty at this point. This year has been especially challenging for all of our departments to support kind of anticipating what the operations will look like, just given all of the challenges that we're up against. And so just want to kind of recognize everyone's effort in closely monitoring the impact of COVID and just the uncertainties that we have going forward. Slide 7 provides some information about the budget adjustment reduction that took place on a one-time basis and how that occurred. There was a slight change from the last time I reported this out in April, given that the police contribute on a one-time basis $500,000 towards the budget reduction. So we just did some adjustments, and we'll continue to kind of monitor that depending on the impact on 311 as well as the fire and our departments, the remaining departments. Just if there's some additional or unanticipated pressures that come forward, we'll just need to continue to adjust and monitor that. Mr. Dalton asked that I include a slide in here just about kind of future indicators of COVID impact. So there is some kind of lagging indicators that will happen as a result of this situation. And so while they may not be affecting us immediately currently, there is kind of delayed impact of this situation. And so some of those examples would be permit revenues, kind of assessment valuations are delayed. They're based on previous year's kind of assessments. So going forward, what will be the impact in terms of potential vacancies in buildings in our community, potential bankruptcies and that sort of thing. So it's just kind of highlighting some of the areas that might be impacted going into the future, multiple years from now, just reduction opportunities potentially in grants and the impacts that all of this will have on our reserves going forward. There isn't specifically anything to highlight at this point in time because a lot of this is unknown, but this is just kind of to mention the future potential impact. One thing I would also, Mr. Dalton asked me to highlight was the property tax collection at this point in time. So I have the stats up to the end of August 14th. We've approximately roughly 15% remaining to be collected. And if we compare that to the same time last year, we were at roughly 3% to remain collected. I think even though that number is significantly higher than in 2019, I think the community has all come together to kind of support the entire community through this process. And we've been asking all along in terms of if people had the ability to pay, that they pay their property taxes to kind of help manage cash flow and all of the impacts that COVID is having on our community. And so I think that I'm optimistic by this number. It's obviously a little higher than it was in the previous year, but I'm thankful it's not higher. So one of the things that I just wanted to highlight for this operating forecast is received some funding from the ACAP program, which is the Airport Capital Assistance Grant Program. And there's a 95% funding under this program, which requires the municipality to contribute the 5%, which is roughly $12,000 of this sand storage shed project out at the airport. And so because we are looking to fund this from the airport reserve, just wanted to incorporate into the resolution looking for council's approval for the airport reserve to be the funding source for this specific allocation. And so that is all I have, if there's any questions.
Okay, we do have questions. We'll start with Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Pinkston, for the update, for the information. You mentioned 15% remaining to be collected. Do you have a real dollar value on what that would approximately equate to?
That's approximately 28.7 million.
Thank you. And that is both residential and non-residential, accounts for residential and non-residential payment, correct?
That's correct. That's in total. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Thank you. This is my favorite report. Comes out several times a year, year to date. Gives us and this year especially, we really need the updates on where we are in the various accounts. So thank you for this report. The tax revenue is probably the most serious risk at this point, and we would know that by shortly after September 30th. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor Spearman, that's correct. The deadline in our tax notices was June 30th, but we did not, based on council's approval, the penalties for not paying your property taxes don't start until October 1st.
And the next report like this comes to us in November, is that correct?
It's based on actuals to the end of September, forecast to the end of the year, and it will come in November, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from council? I see none. We have a resolution from Councillor Miyashiro, Chair of the Audit Committee. June 2020 operating forecast. Be it resolved that City Council receive this presentation as information, and further be it resolved that $12,068 be funded from the Airport Reserve for the Sand Storage Shed project as matching funds for the Airport's Capital Assistance Program, ACAP grant, and further be it resolved that Ms. Haley Pinkson, City Treasurer, be thanked for her presentation. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Pinkson, for your report, and thanks to your department for pulling this information together for council. Since administrators started doing this about 5 or 6 years ago, I think it's been really helpful for council to understand our financial standing every quarter, and where we're going for that quarter and moving forward through the year. If there's no questions or debate, I would call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? I hear none. That's unanimous. The time is 2:54. We're going to take a 10-minute break and return at 3:05. And we'll start with the exhibition project and then the mask debate. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna. Okay, we've just enhanced the sound system. So we're now going to reconvene the council meeting, and we're going to deal with Lethbridge Exhibition first. I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor to read the resolution. Mr. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I have a motion from Mayor Spearman, Lethbridge and District Exhibition Agri-Food Hub Trade Center, item 5.1. Be it resolved that City Council approve the following. 1, that the City of Lethbridge provide a 30-year loan for up to $17,824,000 at an interest rate equal to the ACFA interest rate over 30 years and waive the 0.25% administration fee to be available for transfer to Lethbridge and District Exhibition on January 1st, 2020. 2, that the City of Lethbridge acknowledge and execute the resolution put forward on February 27th, 2017, paid in tranches beginning Q4 of 2021. 3, that the City of Lethbridge grant a site lease to Lethbridge and District Exhibition for the term of 50 years expiring in 2070, with an option to extend for an additional 50-year term expiring in 2120. 4, that the City of Lethbridge provide debt forgiveness for the remaining value of the CIP loan of $3,816,283 in exchange for the title to the 155.71 acres of owned land by Lethbridge and District Exhibition, legally described as 0310215, Lot 3, Block 1. Further be it resolved that Mike Workington be thanked for his presentation. Do I have any amendments for this motion?
Yes, we have amendments from Councillor Higgin.
Thank you. I have an amendment from Councillor Hagan. Has this been sent to Councillor Morrow, who's on the phone? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Morrow, you should have this. Amendment to 5.
I have it.
I'm sorry?
I have it.
Excellent. Thank you. Be it resolved that item 5.1, Lethbridge and District Exhibition Agri-Food Hub Trade Center, be amended as follows. 1, that item 2 be deleted and replaced with that City Council approve funding in the amounts of $25 million. Now, these are 3 different amendments. Is the intent to vote on these individually or separately?
To be very honest, this is the first time I'm seeing this.
Excellent.
I'd like to have a look at this if I could.
Okay. All right. So let me do this. I will read what's being presented here. I think we have the potential for some confusion if we're addressing different points within the main resolution, so they should be dealt with individually. But I will read it as a suite. Number 1, that item 2 be deleted and replaced with that City Council approve funding in the amount of $25 million. Number 2, that the word previous be added to clause 4 before the phrase CIP loan. Number 3, that the following operative clauses be added. Further be it resolved that the balance owing in the amount of $3,816,283 be funded from the Municipal Revenue Stabilization Reserve, MRSR. And further be it resolved that the Capital Improvement Program D42 Lethbridge and District Exhibition Agri-Food Hub Trade Center be amended as described above. And further be it resolved that the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Board provide annual reports to City Council. And further be it resolved that the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the agreements. So, Councillor Hagan, this amendment carries your name, but you've indicated that this is new to you. Mr. City Manager, I think this may actually be under a little bit of administration directive as well. Are you prepared to speak to the intent behind this?
Yes, I'd ask the City Treasurer to provide a bit of background, if she would.
Councillor Kaufman, so the information was just to...
Your mic on?
Yes, sorry, I'm not quite reaching high enough here. So the intent was to just provide some more clarity around what the request was from the exhibition. I think just given the previous resolutions, it was just to hopefully gain some clarity about what City Council was considering for approval. So just trying to kind of make it more clear, just with simplifying what the resolution actually stated.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hagan?
The question I have is, so the question is why the MRSR? Can you?
Based on the existing loan, that is the backstop should the community group not, should the community group default on the loan. There was some discussion 2 weeks ago about subdivision surplus, although given the cash flow within our subdivision surplus at this point in time, that likely isn't an option for several years out. So should at any point in the future the land related to this kind of swap, I guess, the deferral or the debt forgiveness of the loan for the land, that then any proceeds could be then deposited back into the MRSR. If so, it's a timing thing. There's lots of uncertainty in terms of just everything else that's going on in our community. So that was just my recommendation.
And a final question for city solicitor or through the city manager. This does not change any previous resolution. This is the current resolution and amendment to the current resolution, if I see it correctly. We do have previous resolutions from previous CIP, et cetera. This does not do anything to that. This is for the current resolution.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
So Councillor Hagan, then, are you prepared to, you're prepared to sponsor these?
I am, thank you.
Do you want them dealt with as a suite or individually?
As a suite, I would be okay as a suite.
Okay, so
unless there's anyone wants to split them up.
I have an amendment then from Councillor Hagan as presented on the board. Thank you, Ms. Moncrief, for that. Questions on the amendment? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to probably city manager or designate then. On item number 2, City Council approved funding in the amount of $25 million. Should we not identify from what source, or is that enough? Traditionally, we say from MSI or what have you. So I'm wondering if that needs further identification, or is it going to be cobbled together from various sources?
Yes, and I'll ask the city treasurer to weigh in if she needs to, but we provided council with an overview earlier last week that showed how we would seek grant funding, and it's really sort of a, if we get it through this pot, great. If we don't, we move on to the next pot. So we can't say definitively today which one it would come from. But I think we can provide more detail if you'd like in that, but it really is going to be an iterative process.
Thank you. Maybe Ms. Pinkston can answer in greater detail, but I guess one of the concerns we heard in community was that this was going to be a massive increase in taxes, and maybe that would give some comfort to the community if they knew we were approaching other grant sources for this funding.
Councillor Carlson, at this point in time, our intent is to put in applications to the province related to our MSI allocation. And if that's not successful, then we would apply to the federal gas tax based on our current allocation. And if that's not approved, then we continue to kind of move through our available funding which is why it is vague and doesn't specifically state the funding source, because I really can't say at this point in time what the province or feds would approve under our existing grant programs.
Thank you, but the intent.
What I can say is that there will not be an impact on taxation related to this project. It is funded from existing funding sources, and there would not be a tax increase implication should this project be approved. However, there will be a significant impact in terms of our next CIP and available funding for other projects.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I think it's just important, vague as it is, to have the clarity out in the community that this is funded from existing or hopefully grants we can even achieve outside of it. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. I just want clarity on the land that the exhibition owns that was going to be used in exchange. Does that land would thereby just stay with the exhibition right now, and can they use that as any kind of leverage for anything?
Sorry, are you speaking, Councillor Campbell, to the land linked to the
in the original
forgiveness?
Yeah, in the original, yeah, because this is now changing to a different pot, right? I just need to understand that.
Yeah, no, the city would take on that land in exchange for the loan forgiveness.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from members of council on the amendment? Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a quick question that, sorry, Councillor Campbell just triggered in me. Are there any other risks or liabilities associated with us taking on that land in I know we may be losing some tax payments on it, but is there anything further?
Can I ask that the question be maybe held till we get to the main body debate, because it's not on the amendment?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on the amendment? Okay, to debate, Councillor Higgin.
I think the debate is, we've been able to ask the question we need to, and so I have nothing for debate unless there's a councillor that can add to debate.
Any member of council wish to debate? Mayor Spearman?
I will support the amendment. I think it provides additional clarity and provides accountability back to city councils in the future by providing for annual reports as to the financial status of Lethbridge Exhibition and their ability to continue to pay the loan. So I think it's important to pass the amendments.
Thank you. Any additional comments from members of council? Any additional debate? Seeing none, Councillor Higgin.
Question.
Question's been called. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. So we'll just take a moment to clean up the language on the motion. Already done. Wow, look at you go. Thank you. So to the main motion. Mayor Spearman, to the main motion.
Well, this project is a significant project for the city of Lethbridge. It's going to be an economic catalyst, not just the construction period, but it's going to cause additional investment going forward. So I think we need these projects in the city, which are show that the city and the community is focused around certain strategies. In this case, it's agri-food production, and certainly I hope that we can develop that strategy further going forward into the future and make sure that we continue to review that strategy on a regular basis, involve our community partners, prospective investors, make sure that we can sell our community and build our relationships with potential investors, and I think relationships are going to be key going forward, but certainly our evidence of our commitment to economic growth is a catalytic project. And this is going to be the key catalytic project, which I think will trigger other investments in the city. So that's my opening in terms of the motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. I will entertain questions if there are questions. Acting Mayor Parker, no?
Questions, just debate.
Carlson, do you have questions?
Thank you. My question that you ruled out of order previously, I'll ask right now. To you, city manager or designate. The land that we're taking on with regards to this resolution, should it pass, are there any risks, liabilities, or possible benefits to us aside from the value of the land? Like, is it being rented out for agricultural use? Just curious if there's any risks or benefits or liabilities we've considered.
Yeah, no, so in general, the land will become part of our land bank for use as council sees fit going forward, whether that's to retain, develop, sell, trade. But I have been informed that there's an existing lease on the land that will be transferred to the city, and the leaser is responsible to pay property taxes.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I wasn't paying attention. It's possible. Our parts 1 and 2 of this resolution, first part, we're providing a 30-year loan for up to 17.8. Second part, we're approving funding of 25 million. Are those in conflict with each other, those two, or can you clarify that again if you've already done it?
Mayor Spearman.
Okay, the 17 million is the loan. That's an ongoing loan that would start. 25 million would be a grant from City Council. Is that your answer your question? Separating the two? The 17 million is not included in the 25.
The total that council would provide is $42 million?
Yes, but the loan is repayable by Lethbridge Exhibition, and they also will be seeking alternative funding. This gets the project off the ground, so certain things have to happen by September the 1st in order that we can move forward. If we borrow the money, an application has to be made shortly after September the 1st, so the money can be in place before the end of the calendar year. That's what the presentation was 2 weeks ago. In the meantime, Lethbridge Exhibition is going to pursue other sources of funding, including federal funding, which would reduce possibly some of that $17 million obligation.
So I just need to have this crystal clear. So we're going to do a loan for $17,824,000, and additionally, we're going to provide $25 million.
Right, so the ask was 25 million. That was approved in the 2017 CIP. I could stand to be corrected on that, but or prior to 2017, then we provided additional funding for project design, the 1.2 million, which was then matched by a provincial grant. But the 25 million was always a commitment from council. There was hope at one time that federal funding, provincial funding, and municipal funding would be equal, but that's not certain at this point. But right now we've got 27.8 million provided by the province, and this will get the project started under construction, ideally completed within a 2-year window. And we're hoping, in the event that the money doesn't come forward from the feds, the Lethbridge Exhibition has committed to paying back a loan over 30 years in order to make up the difference.
Okay, this still doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. I must be really thick today. I understand previous councils.
Would you like the treasurer to attempt, Councillor?
I understand previous councils put some conditions on funding for the exhibition. I recall that. 2012 or something, right? So I just need this really clear. We as City Council are approving a loan, or voting on approving a loan for 17.8, plus we're going to approve city funding for $25 million. And that $25 million comes from where again? I'm sorry.
Madam Treasurer?
Totally missing the boat here.
That's okay. Madam Treasurer?
Councillor Miyashiro, so the total project is roughly $72 million, of which the exhibition has asked us to advance them a loan of $17.8 million, which they will repay over a 30-year period of time. They have asked us to do that borrowing through ACFA, just given better interest rates in terms of instead of them going externally to a bank. The provincial contribution is $27.8 million, and the City Council has been asked to contribute $25 million. So of which the resolution as it's written for number 2 is a little bit vague, just given that there's some uncertainty about can we allocate our MSI portion allocation to contribute towards this. So we have to put in an application with the province to see if this project would be eligible. So we would start with our grant allocations to contribute, to make up the $25 million. So we would look to our MSI, we would look to our federal gas tax, and then if those aren't successful, we would need to use our non-restrictive funding sources to make up the $25 million contribution should City Council approve this project.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hagan.
I was just wondering if I can ask a question to members of the exhibition. I just have a question about the project. Am I able to do that?
Yes, I will
Okay.
permit it. I'm open to challenge if members of council wish to do so. Mr. Workington, can I have you come forward, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A question I have, and Councillor Carlson was asked about the risks around this funding, and I just wanted to ask, it kind of brought a question to my mind, was what is the risk if this project does not go forward from the exhibition's point of view? Can you answer that?
Thank you for asking. You'll remember, some of you may remember previous presentations to council. Many years ago, we talked about the facility condition audit that was completed by the City of Lethbridge in 2019. It indicated the useful life of our facilities. It also represented some critical capital maintenance issues that existed at Exhibition Park in the existing facilities. The reality is we have aging critical infrastructure at the park, and given our current financial projection, without the debt forgiveness of $311,000, that critical infrastructure capital expense would actually put us into financial jeopardy in the year 2024. At that time, we would be in the unfortunate position that we would likely have to leave City Council with the keys to Exhibition Park, with infrastructure beyond useful life that is a health and safety concern at that point. The city would be left at that time, should they want use of the facilities, be left with the replacement cost, either, the upkeep of the facilities or the replacement cost of the facilities, likely without the support of the province at that time, as they are here now. So the bigger risk is actually, I would turn it around on council and ask, is the bigger risk in that or in the investment here today, which, as Mayor Spearman alluded to, can be a catalytic project, not just for Lethbridge, but for Southern Alberta, for future investment, for jobs, and for spending here within the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Workington. You can take a seat back in the gallery, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions from members of council? To the city manager or designate, just for clarification, the province has committed $27.8 million for this project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. The borrowing then that's indicated in the first operative clause of this motion is going to be done through ACFA, and the exhibition is going to be responsible for paying it back plus interest. Is that correct?
Councillor Kaufman, yes, that's correct. I would just clarify that the province is in the process of transitioning from ACFA to provincial, and there might be some complexities there, but yes, that is the intent.
Okay, ACFA or designate as appropriate. Final question then is, what is the impact then on our borrowing capacity if we take out this $17.8 million in available borrowing?
I believe 2 weeks ago when we looked at it, it was going to be approximately 6% impact on our borrowing capacity.
Thank you. Do you have the figure as to what that would take us to? Ballpark? I think you mentioned it 2 weeks ago as well. But
Yeah, just let me pull it up here, sorry.
while she's looking at, Ms. Moncrief, if you could, if council's okay, the operative clause says AFCA, it's actually ACFA, if that could just be amended for clarity and correctness, please. Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman, currently our total debt is approximately $230 million. With our total limit is $613 million. So that gives us, we're at approximately 37.2% of our total debt limit. So this would get us to and again, there's lots of assumptions. It's based on revenue and different things, but that would get us, with the exhibition included, it would get us to roughly 41% of our debt limit, just given that it's based on a factor of 1.5 times our revenue. So there's a calculation involved, but that's roughly the impact.
Okay, thank you. But as you've indicated, the cost of carrying that debt is going to be borne by the exhibition.
That's correct. So when we when we put in the application to be advanced those funds, that is the trigger point of when the interest rate is set. And so then whatever that interest rate is at that point in time, plus the principal repayment, will be made by the exhibition.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to further on to your question that you had for Ms. Pinkston, that the amount for our debt load, now how does that compare with other communities our size? So let's take, for example, a Red Deer, or do you know what those numbers are, or is that still fitting us in line that our debt ratio isn't much higher than others, or are we still within those, within other communities our size?
Councillor Hagan, compared to other communities our size, we're roughly in the middle. We typically look at the borrowing at the end of each year when I bring forward the annual report or the unaudited. We look at kind of comparisons to other municipalities. We previously were kind of on the lower end of just in terms of how much borrowings per capita we had. We have been slowly creeping to the middle, but that's typically where we are, kind of in the mid-range with compared to other municipalities.
Thank you very much for that answer.
Thank you. Mayor Spearman.
So my question is, I just would like confirmation. My understanding is because the Lethbridge exhibition will be repaying the loan, this will not increase taxpayer-supported debt, and there will be no impact on taxation for taxpayers in the city of Lethbridge with the $25 million. Is that
Mayor
correct?
Spearman, that's correct. Yes, based on this project, there's no additional tax implication.
No impact on taxpayer-supported debt and no impact on taxation. Thank you.
Any additional questions from members of council? Okay, debate on the amended resolution. Acting Mayor Parker.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hagan, for bringing the resolution and the amendments forward. First, I'm glad that we had an opportunity to ponder this the past 2 weeks, because obviously we had numerous questions, not only from ourselves, but the community had numerous questions. And over the past 2 weeks, not that I use emails as a barometer of support in our community, but I would say we probably had a 9-to-1 ratio in regards to people in support of this project in our community. So I'm glad to hear that, and I'm glad that we had an opportunity the last 2 weeks to hear from the people, not only via email, via phone call, talking to people on the streets. This is an exciting time. This is an exciting project. We haven't had a lot of good news in our community, and I think the first big one was when the province came to the bat and offered to give us $27,800,000. The province believes in this. They believe in not only economic impact, but the long-term vision for the exhibition board. Being a former member on the board and also being on the subcommittee, I know it's been a very long process. Long before even I was there, this goes back probably 20-some years, this project has been on the books. And each and every year it seems to snowball and grab more and more momentum. Other projects, for lack of a better, have trumped, sorry for the use of the word, have trumped this project. Things such as the improvements to the NMAX, the ATB, and other projects I just can't think of the top of my mind. So this is the natural one that has come to the top as a major priority. I think the reason why it's been accelerated versus outside of our normal CIP process is because the province has come to the table. And I think that speaks merit, and I want to thank the province for doing that. I also want to thank all the people that have been part of this process, the boards, past board directors, chairmans, past general managers, CAOs, because I got put a little bit away. Mr. Friesen did a lot of work. Mr. Rudy Friesen, no longer with the board, but he did an amazing job in bringing this to the fruition, and I think Mr. Workington's going to take it to the next level, so congratulations to you and your board. The economic impact, the construction impact is huge, but I really believe that this is a long time coming for our community. As the mayor stated, and his question is, this will not have any impact on taxation. Our borrowing capacity is strong, even after if this is approved. And we also did make a commitment in 2 CIPs, the 2013 and the 2017, that if the partners came to the table, we would have the money for them. So in trust, we have to follow through with the commitment we made to you folks. So I think it's exciting, looking forward to it, and I'll be supporting this 100%.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. For me, this is about opportunity. It is about tapping into a multi-billion-dollar ag industry to create this hub. And to me, the potential is just extraordinary. Between the ag processing that we have in southern Alberta, the irrigation, the Highway 3 corridor, the support of the university and the college, and a design that is ready to go, not to mention the tremendous support from the provincial government, we do need to proceed with this project. It's important for our citizens to know, as we've said about 4 times now, I think, that this does not have an impact on taxes. And the exhibition has a history of 120 plus years of providing ag shows, fairs, and entertainment, and with a great track record behind it. And I know in my previous life, working at that Global TV thing, I can't tell you how many times that I've heard that while a show like Ag Expo is great, and in fact, from what I understand, it's the biggest moneymaker of the year, it can even be bigger because it's always been told to me that big companies, the big ones, just want to pass on it because it just doesn't have the capacity to bring in the big guys. So this is a scenario that could become obsolete once this project gets underway, and I think it really is a great day for Lethbridge, so I will be in support of this endeavor.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Spearman, for bringing this forward. I do appreciate the couple weeks we took, because it is a big decision, a difficult decision, because of the impact on our existing and upcoming CIP plans. However, the best laid plans of mice and men. I'm not the city treasurer, but I'm fairly confident that this is going to eliminate or severely reduce the flexibility and possibilities for the other important capital projects in our community, and we needed to think about that. We needed to take that into consideration. However, the exhibition has done an amazing job working with other levels of government, other orders of government, sorry, in accessing funds for this project. And in my opinion, moving forward with this project is going to be an important economic stimulus as we recover from COVID for our community, not just as we recover, but beyond. Without council's support, I don't see this project moving forward. The fact that this project funding, I think we've all talked about this, will not affect taxation is very appealing to me. And especially in light of the fact that we're heading into reopening our budget this fall. And top of mind, for me at least, is eliminating or reducing the tax burden on our community. So that was very important for me to hear. I will be supporting this project. I think it's very beneficial right now for our community to see some lights at the end of the tunnel. We've been through a lot the last few months. I appreciate all the work folks have done. Many of them have been mentored. Thank you, Councillor Parker, for mentioning folks. I know that former Councillor Mearns would also be very pleased to see this project moving forward today. So with that, I'd just like to add my support.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. seems like every year I've been on council, we've talked about the exhibition and how we're going to fund them for their dreams of prosperity and goals of providing a world-class facility. This is the first time I've seen that that there's been some creativity in the ask. It's not just, here, give us money and we'll build this. It's, hey, we have an idea. Here's how we'd like to structure it. Yeah, we want your money, but maybe part of it can be a loan. Maybe we can get some land in the southeast where we don't have any land. And as long as the city is in the real estate game, I think it's important that we have a presence in every part of the city. That for me, in the way that this is structured versus what I've seen over time, is what really sold it for me. And it certainly wasn't all the friends of mine on the exhibition board that decided to phone me at all hours of the day to impress upon me their beliefs about this. This, I believe, is a good time for council to, an appropriate time for council to support this project, for us to get some incentive recovery work going in Lethbridge, to get people working and building, and to create a lasting legacy on our east side of Henderson Lake. So I will wholeheartedly support this project.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There are some parts of this project that don't sit well with me. I would have liked a much deeper and more intensive business plan, though I appreciate what we did get. I don't like making decisions ever based just on hope or just on fear. I like facts, data, information. So I had to pull together my own facts and data and information. And the reality is agriculture is one of the reasons that our local economy has done well when other areas in Alberta have faltered. I also look and see what some of the projects and investments being planned, especially in Saskatchewan and other places. And if we're going to keep our advantage, we have to be smart about it. And I don't like making decisions based on hope, but I do know the possibility for agriculture in this area. My family will be, 95 years this year involved in agriculture in southern Alberta, and certainly it's part of my background to understand what that is and what it does for the region. As I've said before, it's 20% of our Lethbridge economy. It's a much bigger part of our regional economy. There is the potential here for what it can do for the post-secondary students outside the construction jobs and everything else. We can capitalize on local resources. We have irrigation, we have great soil, we have the sunshine. For all of those reasons, I will be supporting this, but I'm so thankful we added to this the annual report. 123 years, and you're just now putting in a reserve to replace the buildings. I'll be looking for that because, it's something that probably should have been there a long time ago, and yet I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you very much, my colleagues, for the comments. There's a lot that I have, but I will just touch on just a few. We talked about the 25 million, and I know that Councillor Mayor Sherrill, there was some concern and wanted some explanation on that. And we looked at this, and it's been discussed that it's been through a few CIPs in the past, and it's tough because it is the next project. It's the one that is shovel-ready. It's job creation now, job creation later. And one thing that we haven't touched on over the past, each and every time that we hear from the exhibition, is that is city land. Yet that land is being the ongoing costs and the upkeep is done through the exhibition. If not, that would fall back on us to come up with that funding. So just as minor as we may think that is, the upkeep that is done with that property they've done very well. We look at the buildings, they're in derelict, they're almost falling down, I dare say. And just what they've been able to do with what they have has been extremely impressive. And so I'm excited to be part of that board. Councillor Parker being on before, we've had a few discussions. I appreciate the work that's been gone on by previous members of this committee, as well as Mr. Friesen, that was the CAO prior to his retirement. And the work is there. I'm looking forward to the extra jobs, again, now and later. And for that reason, I will definitely support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I too will support the motion that's in front of us. I want to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Friesen as well. I think he was the third phone call when I was re-elected to City Council from him in to me. And it was always an incredibly respectful, a very informative, very passionate, very compassionate conversation with Rudy. And he's been an incredible advocate for the growth and development of the exhibition over the years. I arrived in Lethbridge 33 years, 1 month, and 26 days ago. Not that I'm keeping track. The community at the time was about 68 to 70,000 people, and we're now over 100,000. There was great residential growth on the west side. We now have business on the west side. We have an economy on the west side for sustainability. We're rebuilding the downtown. It's vastly different than those days 33 years ago. Our region has grown incredibly. The small municipalities, both urban and rural, are definitely growing, and they're seeing successes. We have a greater involvement, as was mentioned previously as well, with the agriculture sector. Our agriculture is what's keeping us going. We don't feel the challenges that other parts of this province feels because of the agriculture sector. We do, in a sense, have oil and gas. We have canola and cows. And that has been the strength of this region. The thing is that the exhibition is not just about agriculture. It is about community. And I know that one of my colleagues, Councillor Morrow, always asks in his question, well, how does this benefit the average person? And the exhibition is one of the few venues within our community where you can actually run into everybody. You can see different people coming, whether it be for a farmer's market, whether it be for Ag Expo, whether it be the Home and Garden Show, whether it be Whoop Up Days. It is a place in our community. The thing about the 33 years, 1 month, and 26 days is that the same buildings were there 33 years ago and in less better condition than what they are now. That's a long time for something to just remain as it is, especially when we've seen the growth, we've seen the advancement, we've seen all this change in the community. We own it, but we don't operate it, and it has been incredibly well stewarded by the exhibition over the years as well, and their track record demonstrates what they have done and what they certainly can do. The $27.8 million from the province is definitely driving the project. There's no doubt about that, but the fact that the province has stepped in to provide the funding means that we need to respond accordingly. And I know that Madam Treasurer is going to be maybe having some sleepless nights because I know she worries about these things, but she's going to be doing her diligence to find the $25 million somewhere, but that shouldn't preclude us from continuing to advocate with the federal government, especially if we have people from the federal government who are indicating their support for the province or for the project. So there are opportunities, as mentioned previously as well. The absence of tax consequence on our community as well is actually a great benefit to this as well. So with those and some other factors, I will happily support the motion. Is there anybody else who wishes? Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this motion? Councillor Morrow?
No, it's all good. Thanks. It's all been said.
Thank you. Mayor Spearman to close.
This is going to be a catalytic project. We, as council, will get criticized by the community, by some. That's fine. When you throw around numbers like 17.8 million and 25 million, people get upset anytime you spend money. But this isn't an expense. This is an investment. I do believe it's a catalytic project. It's a way that the community can be positive about something we're doing and working together. It's a way to build relationships with potential investors. We already know there's some private investment interest on the site. We hope that there'll be additional private investment in industry and food production, and we will continue to be known as a great place for agriculture and agricultural processing, value-added economics in this area. Oil and gas has contributed to this province for decades, but it's certainly facing challenges now. And alternative energy is being broadcast around the world as a way to do things differently. But it's very difficult to come up with a substitute for food. And investing in the food sector is something that is key to our economy, has always been key to our economy, and is part of our future. Investing in a facility which brings everybody together to talk about what the potentials are, the college, the university, private businesses, large-scale industries, large-scale investors, is something that can be showcased, that we can all be proud of. For that reason, I encourage my colleagues to support this project. Thank you.
Question has been called. All those in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously.
Okay, it's 10 to 4. Do you think we can get through the mask bylaw in 10 minutes? We have a public hearing. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at the agenda and see what we can do in 10 minutes. Okay. We have a public hearing which is scheduled for 4 o'clock. So we'll look at some of the other submissions. We'll go on to 5.2. I have a resolution from Councillor Crowson. University of Lethbridge lease agreement for Conservatory of Music space in CASA. Be it resolved that the lease agreement between the City of Lethbridge and the University of Lethbridge for the Conservatory of Music space in CASA be approved. And further be it resolved that the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the agreement. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you to the staff and to the partners who worked putting this together. In 2010, before CASA even opened, a memorandum of understanding between the City and the University of Lethbridge regarding the Conservatory of Music was approved. Not unexpectedly, that original MOU lacked details. So here we are now 10 years later with a more comprehensive lease agreement that clearly outlines the expectation of the three parties: the City, ourselves, the University of Lethbridge with the Music Conservatory, and the CASA operator, who in this case is Allied Arts Council. The U of L, through this lease, will contribute a portion of CASA's operating and life cycles costs based on the proportion of the facility they operate. This lease before us will have a 6-year term from 2018 to 2023, and there'll be an option to renew for 3 additional 4-year terms at that time. And so we have this before us. I think everybody's had a chance to read the lease, so I'll open to questions.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To the city manager or designate, the fact that it's a 6-year lease, I recognize it's backdated 2 years. That takes us to 2023. These leases and fee-for-service agreements, because I have exactly the same concern with the next one, really should fall within a council's term for conversation, deliberation, for review, and potential renewal. This will take, if council approves it today, would take to basically January 1st, 2024, would it not? Which takes into the last term, I guess midterm, but certainly after budget deliberations on for the next council. I'm just wondering about getting these things in sync with budget deliberations.
My understanding is that we have contracts and a variety of contracts and agreements of varying lengths, not all of which would align with a council mandate. I'm not sure how practical that would be to try and have them all follow a council mandate. I also believe that council at any time would be able to open up one of these agreements or look at it if they wanted to during their term. I'm not sure if there's any other advice or thoughts either from the solicitor or anybody related to these contracts that would like to weigh in.
Yes, in addition to that, the university did ask for a 6-year lease initially. Going forward, they did ask for 3-year leases moving forward. So that would fall within your council terms at that point.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that. Can you repeat that last part, please?
Certainly. Initially, they asked for a 6-year lease, the University of Lethbridge, and going forward, they did ask for 3-year leases. So that would fall within your council term moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Okay, I see no further questions.
There's no debate. I'll call the question or I'll open for debate.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Okay, we'll move on to 5.3. Are there any opposed? I see none. A resolution from Acting Mayor Parker. Allied Arts Council fee for service agreement and lease agreement for operating CASA. Be it resolved that the lease and fee for service agreement between the City of Lethbridge and Allied Arts Council for operating CASA be approved. And further be it resolved that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign the agreement. Acting Mayor Parker?
Well, is there any questions, Mr. Mayor, from any members of my colleagues in regards to this agreement?
Deputy Mayor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To the city manager designate, on this particular one, we actually have a combination of both a lease agreement and a fee-for-service document. I'm just wondering why we've amalgamated or put the two together.
I'd ask the acting director of community service if there's anything to add to that.
Yes, historically, these have always been together.
Thank you. If I can ask the city solicitor, is there challenges with keeping these two together, considering they're two separate, basically two separate approaches to one property and how that property operates?
There would be challenges either way, I would expect. One would imagine the hypothetical situation where you didn't have a fee for service, but the lease was subsisting, and vice versa. So in that way, it's practical to, if the arrangement were to end, both arrangements end, and I think that's my understanding of the intention of the parties.
Thank you.
I see no further questions. Back to Acting Mayor Parker.
Seeing none, if there's no other concerns, I appreciate the inquiry from my colleague. I just called the question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? I see none. 5.4. I have a resolution from Councillor Carlson. Inventory of public art and appraised value. Be it resolved that City Council receive the public art inventory report as information. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I appreciate the information Council did receive on this. It's always good to know what our assets are, regardless of what types of assets those are. I do have a question, if I can, through you to the city manager or designate. I believe when I read the report, we have not yet valued our Saint Laurent collection. I'm wondering if that is in progress or if that is something we'd need to direct to have happen. I just know that, again, that's a fairly significant, in my mind, asset for the city of Lethbridge, and it would be nice to have it cataloged and evaluated.
Councillor Carlson, Gillian Bracken here with Recreation and Culture. At this point in time, we haven't appraised anything that falls outside of those two categories that were identified in the report, the public art collection and the fine art collection. So if City Council would like administration to do that, we would need the direction to do so, and then we'd also need to identify the resources in order to complete that work.
Okay, thank you. So if I bring something forward at a future council meeting, will you have an idea of what resources are required, et cetera, et cetera? Excellent.
Yeah, we've received one quote at this point for the work to inventory the entire collection that falls outside of those two specific ones. It was approximately $12,000, but we'd want to receive a few other quotes before we move forward with that work.
Okay, thank you. Are there, I'm very familiar with the Saint Laurent collection. Are there other collections that fall outside?
Well, what we've done is just categorize everything outside of the public art collection and the fine art collection as decor art. And there's some work to be done on the part of the art committee to evaluate everything that's in that kind of category to determine if things should be accessed or accepted into the actual art collection. And the Saint Laurent pieces are specific ones that we would want to look at, but that work hasn't been done yet.
Okay, and thank you. It triggers another question. Decor art, that would be anything like the taiko drum, the dragon statues we've gotten, et cetera, and that has not been cataloged at any time.
It's all inventoried to the best of our ability. So it was inventoried a couple years ago. I think in 2018, with the assistance of the university, we actually had some students come and help us. They got some skills and some experience doing that kind of work, and we benefited from that as well. So we need to update that inventory. But yeah, basically it's anything that the city owns that hangs on a wall in a city-owned facility that we know about, outside of what the Galt Museum maintains in their own collection.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I think it gives me something to mull, because when you said that we know about, I think I'd appreciate knowing about it all. So thank you.
Mayor Spearman, if I may, I do have to just call your attention to one small error in the report. The numbers that are listed here are off by 6 pieces when it comes to the fine art collection, and that was my mistake, just looking at the appraisal. It doesn't impact the overall value of the inventory. It's just that within the Buchanan bequest, there are several pieces that aren't considered fine art that weren't appraised, but they are a part of the collection. So the total number there is wrong. It should say, as of August 2020, the City of Lethbridge Fine Art Collection includes 89 pieces. And then in the report itself, it should state that the appraisal examined 67 of 89, and that the remaining 22 are considered collectibles. So the overall value is accurate. We just were off by 6, and that was my mistake, so I apologize for that.
Thank you for that clarification. Deputy Mayor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Bracken, for the information. Do we have, I can't remember if I asked this when we were talking about CC30 a couple of months ago, do we have any visual representation of all of these pieces? Has anybody just done a screenshot, something that we could perhaps make public so people can see what we've got?
Absolutely, Councillor Kaufman, and that's definitely on our radar. When we completed this appraisal, we also did updated photos for all of the fine art collection. So I'm having a hard time with the mask. We also recently launched a public art website, and the intent is for that website to be a platform to share the fine art collection with the community. If I can also remind Council that the Public Art Committee will be coming back in a few weeks with the second of 2 directed reports that will bring forward some of the recommended changes to policy and kind of an early glimpse into what we're planning for the next few years in anticipation of those recommended changes. So hopefully at that point, I can speak a bit more to kind of our future plans when it comes to managing the public art collection and the fine art collection.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Are there any further questions from council? I see none, so now we can deal with the resolution. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I believe just because Ms. Bracken did amend the report, if we can maybe be it resolved that City Council receive the public art inventory report as amended as information.
Okay, thank you. Any debate?
If there's nothing else, I'll just express my thanks for this report. As you said, you don't know what you don't know. It's nice to know what we have and where it is and what it's valued at, and I think we can even do better going forward, but I just ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Are there any opposed? I see none. Okay, we're going to take a break now and go to the public hearing. We'll deal with the mass debate after the public hearing. Thank you. Be a few minutes to switch over to the public hearing. Love to have that. Thank you.
I didn't know if you had it already.
Okay.
Text me if you need me. I'm trying to get a hold of me quickly.
Okay, that sounds great. Good.
So yeah,
Oh, okay.
I'm not getting things that were sent at like 8 this morning.
Thank you.
Joe just got the motions from me. Ali had already sent them too.
I sent it to him. Yeah.
So
I'd already sent
I
it
don't
to
know
him
what the
too.
heck is going on.
Okay.
just got your motions. Cool. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6232, Land Use Amendment Re 680 Columbia Boulevard West. The procedure for this hearing will be, we will begin by calling upon Genesis Havia Oreo, Community Planner, to provide the background to the case. Those else who wish to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will then ask 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. And now call upon Genesis Havia Oreo to provide the background to the case. Okay, and just before you begin, we will do a roll call.
Councillor Campbell?
Here.
Councillor Carlson?
Present.
Councillor Croson?
Here.
Councillor Higgin?
Here.
Councillor Morrow?
Yep.
Councillor Mayashiro?
Here.
Councillor Parker?
Here.
Councillor Kaufman?
Present.
Mayor Spearman?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. Today I'm presenting Bylaw 6232, a proposed land use bylaw amendment for the property at 680 Columbia Boulevard West. My presentation will follow the outline presented on the screen. And the applicant is Sarabjit Gill on behalf of the property owner. Both the applicant and the representative of the property owner are here today to speak with you. The purpose of this bylaw is to allow a retail cannabis store as a permitted use, and we would do this by rezoning from local commercial to neighborhood commercial. The location of the site is in the west side of the city, and it's within the Varsity Village neighborhood. Here's an aerial photograph of the site. And here is a photograph taken from the corner of Columbia Boulevard West and Temple Boulevard West. And this shows the front of the property. This slide shows the rear of the property. The relevant and existing planning documents that are informing this proposal today are the SSRP and the ICSP MDP. We would rezone from local commercial, which this district is intended to service residents within 500 meters of the site. And we would rezone to neighborhood commercial. And this district is intended to provide services to residents and neighbors within 1 kilometer of the site. The neighborhood commercial district would introduce 5 new permitted uses in addition to other discretionary uses. And these new services include government services, restaurants, retail cannabis stores, retail stores, and shopping centers. And here's a side-by-side comparison. The proposed amendment is in line with the land use bylaw, specifically in regards to separation distance requirements, which are set by the province. It is also in line with the ICSP MDP and SSRP by supporting the creation of new businesses in existing development. As mentioned in the previous slide, the property in question meets the separation distance required by the land use bylaw. So this site is well beyond 100 meters of schools, future school sites, and hospitals. And for this specific site, the only facility that meets that criteria is Children of St. Martha's School. And on the map up on the screen, it shows a green buffer around the site, which is 100 meter. And as you can see, the property in question is well beyond those 100 meters. The property in question is outlined in bright green. Additionally, this site is suitable to rezone to neighborhood commercial and allow additional commercial uses, as it does have availability for parking, and it's in close proximity to a major north to south arterial roadway. This proposal was reviewed by city technical experts and no issues were identified. The public was involved throughout the process. So 136 letters were sent out twice throughout the process, inquiring and asking for feedback. The first letter was sent providing general information about the proposal, and the second letter was sent notifying that the applicant had made an application. The 136 property owners all own property within 100 meters of the site. From these letters, 7 individuals responded, and they had concerns, and they were all in opposition of this proposal. The concerns were shared with the applicant, as most of the concerns can be addressed through the management of the site and everyday operations of the retail cannabis store. And lastly, the property owners received a letter notifying them of this public hearing, and additionally, newspaper advertisements were posted on August 1st and August 8th. In conclusion, the property in question meets the standards and policy direction of the Land Use Bylaw, the SSRP, and the ICSB-NDP, and the applicant is willing to address the concerns that were brought up by the neighboring property owners. It is Planning and Development's recommendation that City Council approve Bylaw 6232. Thank you for your attention. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
The applicant and the owner representative are present to answer questions. Do you wish to speak at this time? Okay, please introduce yourself. You have a limit of 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank the City Council on giving me an opportunity to speak for a few minutes regarding the rezoning bylaws 6232. Lethbridge is our home, and we have submitted the application for rezoning of the property located at 680 Columbia Boulevard West from local commercial to neighborhood commercial. The rezoning will allow opening of a retail cannabis store in the location as a permitted use, which earlier wasn't. There are only 4 cannabis stores on the west side, out of a total of 24 in Lethbridge. And surprisingly, only 6, including 1 on the west side, are locally owned and operated, rest being managed by big box chains. The proposed store will be locally owned and operated and is likely to have the following benefits. It will provide full oblique part-time employment to at least 4 to 6 people, provide easy access to people living in the area and already coming to the strip mall for their shopping needs, will likely bring more business to the area. It will be an outlet for people to buy cannabis from legal sources with reliable and quality controlled products, which may also likely reduce the black market sales in the area. All the revenue generated by the business will be spent in the community, being locally owned and operated. Another cannabis store will definitely be good for competition and help further bring down the prices and move people buying from illegal sources to regulated stores. There is no construction or renovations planned on the outside of the strip mall, and renovations inside the bay for the proposed store will be done in accordance with the AGLC guidelines. A few of the neighbors have expressed some concerns as under customers loitering and littering in the area. There has been an ownership change of the subject property on 1st of August this month, and the new owners have already hired a property management team who we have been promised will ensure that customers have a better experience coming to the strip mall. As a business owner, we'll have security cameras installed in front and back of the building, which will ensure better security in the area. Late product delivery times. Although AGLC regulations permit keeping the store open from 10 a.m. till 2 a.m., we will open only from 10 a.m. till 10 p.m. And the shipment, which comes once a week, will arrive only between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. so the neighbors are not disturbed at abnormal hours. Many children live in close proximity. Unlike liquor stores, where children can go in with their parents, regulations do not permit anyone under the age of 18 to even enter a cannabis store. This will be strictly regulated, and IDs will be checked of all customers who look under 25 years of age and they won't be permitted inside the store even to browse around. Crime-related activity around the area. Regular camera surveillance in and around the area will likely curb unwanted activities, and as business owner will ensure that the strip mall is a safe place for locals to shop at, and any suspicious activities will be reported to the police. Marijuana smell. All the products in a cannabis retail store are pre-packed in airtight containers, and having personally visited a couple of stores in town, I can assure you that there is negligible smell in the stores. The neighbor who has voiced his concern is about people growing marijuana in their homes. I once again thank the City Council on giving me an opportunity to speak at this forum, and I'm hopeful the rezoning proposal will be favorably voted and will give us an opportunity to add another business in the local community. I'll be most happy to answer any questions if there are.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. If you could take a seat in the audience, please. Is there any member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, is there any member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? And for a third and final time, is there any member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it is now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. I'll start with Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'd like to ask a question of the applicant, please. Is there a cannabis shop in the Crossings that you know of?
Sorry?
Is there a cannabis store in the Crossings Retail Center?
No.
So this would fit the zoning. Do you know if there's a four-way stop sign at the corner of Temple Boulevard and Columbia Boulevard?
There is.
There is. So that helps to modify the traffic then? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you all for the presentations. Question for Ms. Javier Oreo. Thank you. Just a question around CL and CN. Can you just quickly maybe delineate or run me through some of the key differences between CN and CL zoning and what's behind us having different zoning?
Yeah, one good example I have is the local commercial. So that's the current zoning, which is intended to provide services for people within a 500-meter radius. It has retail stores, convenience, whereas the neighborhood commercial has retail stores. The retail store convenience is intended, or it caps retail stores at 280 meters square, whereas retail stores, there isn't a cap for square footage. So that's one example of how it provides more flexibility for the type of uses.
Thank you. Can you give me some examples of CL, I guess the local? Would that be like, I'm just going to, Frank's Deli on Forestry Avenue, or maybe Urban Grocer on 9th? I'm trying to get in my head what a CL, a local, is as different from a neighborhood.
So the uses under CL include childcare minor. So a childcare the scale of it is determined by the availability of space, but it allows childcare. It also allows financial institutions. Again, it's limited by the availability of space, of land. it allows for personal services, so that's lower intensity commercial use. Whereas with neighborhood commercial, we have shopping centers. So yeah, the differences between the permitted uses between CL and CN are government services, restaurants, retail cannabis stores, retail stores, and shopping centers. So there are only 5 uses that are different, that are permitted.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Sorry, Ms. Havio or Oriol, do you mind? Sorry, thank you. First of all, the public hearing submission forms you've started using, excellent. I really like those. They're a great way of organizing the information.
That's city clerk's office.
The clerk's office?
Yes,
Well,
that is.
through you to the clerk's office, thank you. Yes, we have to give credit where credit's due, thank you. I'm just wondering then either to you or to Mr. Sarsfield, we received 2 responses, or you've published 2 responses in our document. The second one, regarding an address on 17th Street North, identified somebody who's growing over 100 plants. Has this been forwarded on to the LPS? Because I think that's well outside the homegrown regulations on cannabis. Do you know if anybody's forwarded that one to the LPS for follow-up?
We can do that. We haven't so far.
Okay.
But if there's 25 people in the house, that's pretty good.
I believe it has been addressed, and Maureen has more information.
Okay, thank you. I see Ms. Gearing rushing up.
I believe Mr. Henley is here as well. This issue has been dealt with by Regulatory Services and Development Compliance. They do have a federal approval.
Oh, excellent.
I believe we did have a bit of a write-up done either for Ms. Melly or just before Mr. Dalton came. So we do have information we can share with council if it hasn't already been shared. And I'm not sure if Mr. Henley wants to add anything.
Okay, it just jumped out at me, and I was wondering if there had been follow-up on. I recognize it's not part of the public hearing, but it has come to attention, so.
Good afternoon. Yeah, yes, so we've been out and inspected that property that you're talking about, and while it exceeds what the normal limit would be under the federal regulations, they do have 2 permits in place that would allow them to grow in excess of the 4 plants per person in that property. Their permits have been inspected both at our level and at the federal level, and the property is in compliance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Are there any further questions from council? Hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. We'll now go back to the city council meeting. It'll take a few minutes. Is that on the mass bylaw? Councillor Carlson. Good, yeah. Okay, we're going to be back to the regular meeting, and I have a resolution from Councillor Carlson, Bylaw 6225, Land Use Bylaw Amendment Re 680, Columbia Boulevard West. For second reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6225, Land Use Amendment Re 680, Columbia Boulevard West be given second reading. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. We did have the public hearing on this, well presented by our administration. We did have some concerns raised by members of the public, members of residents in the area. I believe the applicant spoke to those concerns. So I think this is an appropriate change to the zoning for this property, and I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, any questions from council? Any debate? I'll take that as your close. All in favor? Are there any opposed?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right, and then we'll move on to third reading. So it's approved 8-1. For third reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6225, Land Use Bylaw Amendment Re 680, Columbia Boulevard West be given third reading, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. All in favor? Any opposed?
Yeah, I oppose.
Okay, that passes 8-1. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to third reading of Bylaw 6239, Temporary Mandatory Face Mask Bylaw. And before third reading, we said that we would entertain any amendments. Are there any amendments submitted to the city clerk?
We have a few.
Okay. Debate and amendments, I'll just start at the top of the pile. I have an amendment from Councillor Carlson. Be it resolved that prior to third reading, Bylaw 6239, Temporary Mandatory Face Coverings Bylaw be amended to include the definition, G, social distancing, defined as follows. G, social distancing, the practice of maintaining a greater than usual physical distance, such as 6 feet or more, from other people, or of avoiding direct contact with people or objects in public places during the outbreak of a contagious disease in order to minimize exposure and reduce the transmission of infection. And further be it resolved that the current 2G violation ticket be relettered to H. And further be it resolved that the following addition be added to Section 6, exemptions. Persons who are unable to consistently maintain social distancing guidelines as defined in this bylaw. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. The intent of this is in response to a few comments, concerns that I've received from the general public, is that there are occupations, there are activities that may be indoors but can be easily accommodated through social distancing. I'm thinking just for an example, if someone was at the podium here in council, we are socially distant enough that that person, once they leave the audience, could possibly remove their mask to present, because the socially distance is maintained. So that would be the exemption. If they're able to maintain, and I should say if they are able to maintain social distancing, they should be exempt. It would provide some comfort to those folks. Say you've got a 5,000 square foot auto body shop with 2 employees in it, and one is at one end, one is at the other. They're socially distant from each other the entire day. they would not be required. So that was the intent of this. I'll open it up to any questions or thoughts from my colleagues.
Hey, questions? Councillor Hagan?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you to the mover of this amendment. Is this not already covered by our Chief Medical Officer of Health? Does she not already say that?
This is our bylaw, not the chief medical officer's.
Well, I'm just saying currently that's what we're supposed to do, correct?
I
social
really
distance?
don't understand the question, Councillor. The intent of this is for our bylaw. The Chief Medical Officer of Health is given guidelines that aren't mandatory. Our
Okay.
bylaw would be mandatory, and I'm trying to allow folks to some flexibility if they can maintain social distance.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman?
Thank you. I'm just trying to, we're into a double negative situation. I've always struggled with double negatives, so.
Bullet point is supposed to read persons who are able to consistently maintain.
Okay.
Not on, sorry. That caught me by surprise as well, sorry. That's just an editing issue.
Can we just clarify that? That seems to be the opposite of what's written there.
The intent is that it would exempt individuals or persons who are able.
6I, persons who are able to consistently maintain social distancing guidelines as defined. Okay.
So then if this were to be approved, section 6 would read, section 3 does not apply to a person who is able to consistently maintain social distancing guidelines as defined in this bylaw.
I believe that's correct. You're exempt if you are able to maintain social distancing.
Okay. Thank you. Just for clarification as well, your example of the body shop only applies if the body shop, the actual work area, is open to the public. If it's actually not accessible to the public, it depends then on whatever that private business has as a policy, an internal policy. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you, and thank you to the mover. Would this be any place indoors that you can socially distance? So the second you can't socially distance anymore, you have to put a mask on?
That would be the intent. If you cannot socially distance, you must put a mask on. For example, if I'm in City Hall after hours, walking from point A to point B.
Separate bylaw. City Hall, separate bylaw.
But I'm just giving an example. Walking through LSCO after hours and there's no one else there, but yet a custodian or custodial staff shows up and you put your mask on immediately. That's the intent of this. It's not to, it's to give some leeway if you can socially or physically distance, which is, I believe, the health guidelines is that if you cannot maintain social distance, you should have a mask on.
Can I move to separate these?
Yeah, motion to divide, is that what you're looking for?
Can we
Yes,
entertain
please.
questions first before?
Okay, you can make that motion. There are questions in the queue. Okay, Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in regards to this, first of all, to the city manager or to the city solicitor, the city facility one isn't a bylaw, rather it was a directional resolution, am I correct?
City facilities are currently governed by an internal policy.
So it's not a bylaw that we passed previous for this to occur?
It's
Okay, I
not
just
a
want to
bylaw,
make sure
but-
we had clarification on that. So if this was to pass, this amendment, I could come into, could I come into City Hall? Me and Blaine come in here, hey Blaine, there's a football, we'll throw a football back and forth, there's no one in here, do we have to wear a mask? If this was to pass?
No, because you would still need to abide by the policy that's been put in place.
For the city
city
facilities.
facilities.
For city
But
facilities.
if it was some other business that wasn't operated by the city, then what you said would be true.
So what, to the mover of the amendment, so what you're pretty much doing is you're putting a policy in that Dr. Hinshaw has been recommending. Am I correct?
My understanding of what Dr. Hinshaw has been recommending is all along is social distancing is very important. Masks are incredibly important if you cannot maintain social distancing.
So I just want to make sure I got it. So if I go into Safeway, and let's say Safeway doesn't have their own guidelines in place, and the bylaw as amended and passed, if I went into Safeway and there's no one down the aisle, no one to the produce, it's 10 o'clock, 9:30 at night, I don't have to wear the mask. Am I right?
I would assume you'd follow whatever guidelines they have, but I would recommend wearing the mask, but
I'm just based on if the bylaw was to pass. I'm just saying I could take off my mask and I could walk around Safeway if there's no one. Am I correct? But as soon as I get close to the cashier and she doesn't have her thing, the bylaw says I have to now put my mask on.
agreed if this was to pass. However, I'd recommend to anyone not be taking on and off your mask constantly. That's also against what Dr. Hinshaw is recommending.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To the city manager or designate, what is proposed here then is in contradiction with Section 3. So Section 3 under requirements reads, a person must wear a face covering at all times while in an indoor enclosed or substantially enclosed public place or in a public vehicle. What this amendment creates the exemption, would this not be better? I don't know who I'm asking this question to now. First question to the city manager designate, is it in contradiction to Section 3?
Yes, it is as written.
Okay, thank you.
So yes, it is as written. This would fundamentally change the bylaw.
So does the mover want to, instead of making this Section 6I, make this an amended Section 3? Because you are substantively changing the spirit of the bylaw.
I'll have to.
A point of order here. This is dramatically changing the current resolution. With obviously after hearing Mr. City Manager, can someone tell me if it is changing, Mr. City Solicitor?
I think in the sense that it's an exception to Section 3, it changes Section 3, as do all the other exceptions in Section 6 currently. One might say or suggest that it's a much broader exception, but it is.
To me, it completely changes. So you're saying it is okay, in your opinion, then, that this doesn't change the spirit or what's the wording for it? The intent of this resolution?
The resolution or of the bylaw?
Well, what's presented, the resolution for the bylaw?
If this amendment to the bylaw was passed, the bylaw would be significantly different.
Thank you. So, okay. Then can I ask that that's not?
That's
I think it's worthy of debate.
actually the point of amending.
I think it either passes or fails.
Should we take the opinion of our lawyer, or do we?
You can, so you can say, I'm not going to support this amendment because it fundamentally changes the bylaw. And that's why you're not voting for it. Or you can say, I agree with this. So.
Or take the advice of our lawyer.
If I can make some clarity, I think Councillor Higgin may be misunderstanding the difference between changing the intent of a resolution coming in front of council and to do what we do with every bylaw that comes in front of us is we add amendments. There's a complete difference. And further, just my intent was not to change the bylaw or impact Section 3 any more than any other section of Section 6 impacts Section 3.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman? Nope. Any further discussion? Councillor Miyashiro, did you wish to present a motion to divide?
Yes, please, Mayor Spearman. Move to divide just as it's written up there.
So you wish to have...
the first two clauses obviously go together. The third one is to pull that out of it.
G and H as one, and then the second one separately, 6I separately. Okay, thank you. Okay, motion to divide, all in favor? Opposed? Councillor Morrow?
In favor.
Okay, that motion to divide is approved 7-2. We'll go on the first section. So that's section G and renumbering of G, the existing G to H. Any further debate? Any discussion, questions on the first part? Deputy Mayor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Recognizing these are now in two separate parts, no, I have nothing to say on this one.
Okay. My question is, physical distancing, social distancing means the same thing to everybody? Okay, thank you. Okay, I will ask the mover to open on the debate.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. The purpose of bringing this amendment forward was to give a little bit of leeway to our community if they can follow the guidelines as put in place by our Chief Medical Officer of Health, that if you can maintain social distancing, masks are not necessary. If you cannot maintain social distancing, as we can't here in council chambers, masks are required. So that's my intent, is to follow the spirit of the guideline, and I'd be intrigued to see how council approaches it.
So this is the definition of social distancing.
And sorry,
simply renumbering the others. So this really only is a definition.
Correct.
It's not an active clause at this point.
I was speaking in my debate to the whole amendment. But
no, it was divided. So
okay.
We're only dealing with up to the end of relettering to H.
Great definition of social distancing I've put forward. I hope you all support it.
Okay, any debate? Any further debate? All in favor?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor, I have a question, if I may.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand as well. So this amendment, if it gets approved, the way I understand it is, and maybe I'll just address it to Councillor Carlson, is that anytime, anywhere, anyone can practice social distancing, they don't have to wear a mask.
That's
so
the
if I'm in the mall.
That's the second part. We're not at that point yet. We're simply approving the definition. The second one is what you want to debate and question.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. So I will ask the mover to close on the definition.
I call for the vote.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Morrow?
Favor.
Okay, that approves 6-3. Okay, the definition has been approved. Now we'll move on to the second part, which means, and further be it resolved that the following addition be added to section 6, exemptions. Persons who are able to consistently maintain social distancing guidelines as defined in this bylaw. And I believe Councillor Morrow, you had a question. Go ahead.
The question was, does that mean that now anytime, anywhere, outdoors or indoors in the city, that anybody can maintain social distancing, they do not have to wear a mask?
I don't believe our bylaw applies to outdoor. I'm trying to recall. However, this pretty much what you're saying, Councillor Morrow, is this would mean that if you have a situation where persons can consistently maintain social distancing guidelines, they would not have to mask.
Thank you.
Okay, Acting Mayor Parker?
Debate or questions? Debate, right? We're in debate.
We're questions at this point, I believe.
No question. I'm in debate, sorry.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman, are you in questions? Okay. Okay, I see no further questions. We'll move to debate.
I'll open, Mayor Spearman. as I iterated earlier, this was in response to several discussions that members of the community had with me about certain scenarios where social distancing was a constant, and they were hoping that there would be some way to exempt themselves from masking up if social distancing can be consistently applied.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to hold majority of my debate for after it's fully amended and all that, but I can't support this because I don't believe it's City Council's role to tell people what they should be doing in places of private space, commercially, and in commercial facility buildings, so I will not be supporting this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. I cannot support this amendment as well. You know, I'll agree with Councillor Parker. As he said, you're in a store of any kind, furniture store, grocery store, and you're known around, so you decide to take your mask off, and then someone walks by, you put your mask on, did a little bit of game playing, too much touching your face and your mask, which will probably lead to more issues than just keeping your mask on at all times.
Thank you. Councillor Hagan.
I too will not be supporting this. It's put some trust in our community. Let's put some trust in our community. They're already doing this. I don't know if everybody knows we're at 0 cases today, 0 active cases in Lethbridge. We're doing our job already. Put some trust in the community. It seems like we're going to be doing exactly what the province is asking for right now. So, no, I will not be supporting this.
Just a reminder to the audience, there's no cheering, applauding, or booing. At any point, you'll be asked to leave, okay? Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Okay. I too can't support it. I believe that it makes it unenforceable some people can social distance, others can't in the same physical spaces. I just can't support that. So I won't be supporting this amendment. I'll ask the mover to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As I said, I brought this forward after conversations with members of our community on their behalf. I would ask for my colleagues' support.
Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Morrow?
In favor.
Okay. 2 in favor, 7 opposed. Okay. Deal with the next set of amendments. Okay, I have an amendment from Deputy Mayor Kaufman. Be it resolved that Section 5 of Bylaw 6329, temporary mandatory mask bylaw, be amended to include an individual leading in worship providing physical distancing of at least 2 meters is possible. Okay, Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. It sort of rides on the spirit of what was just presented, but is much more specific. And as members of council are aware, we've received a number of emails from local pastors, ministers, and the sort, asking that if they are leading in worship, that they be provided with the opportunity to actually remove their mask. It does help some for hearing. I think those of us that attend some form of faith-based worship know that the congregation generally sits at the back anyway. So there's usually at least 6 meters of, or 2 meters of distance between the pulpit or between the clergy and the congregation. This is about creating the opportunity for all of our various worships that occur in the community to actually maintain the ability of those leading the service to remove the mask and speak very clearly. Would ask for council support on this amendment.
Okay, are there any questions?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Morrow.
Councillor Kaufman, I guess what was just recently turned down in a 2 to 7 vote in the amendment by Councillor Carlson, where the way I understood it was that would allow the flexibility and the freedom for anybody indoors that they can practice social distancing, that they don't have to wear a mask. That was defeated. And so aren't you pretty much asking for the same thing, but you're being just specific to one particular segment or the religious organization and not everywhere else, I don't see why you would have voted no to the other one when you're trying to do this, and that's the same thing. Explain the difference, please.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Morrow. The difference is that this is, as you state, specific. We've received, as I said in my opening, we've received a number of emails, phone calls from people from pastors, bishops, preachers, ministers in various faith-based organizations, asking that there be the exemption specific to them. The previous motion, in my mind, was too broad and does actually create greater inconsistency, greater application, and harder to enforce. This is specific, it names, and it allows us to understand that no, this individual is permitted to actually remove their mask to address their congregation, as opposed to opening it to a broader interpretation. So yes, it is in my mind, it's about being specific.
Thank you.
If I can, Mayor Spearman, as well, the city solicitor has advised me that should actually read that section 6 of the bylaw, not section 5 of the bylaw. So my mistake on that.
Okay. Okay, I have a question. I was attending religious services on the weekend, and it's challenging to provide distances. People are spaced out more in places of worship, so it's every alternate row is empty to keep people physically spaced. So there are people right in the front row where people never used to be. And how broad is the interpretation where physical distancing?
Well, it states, provided physical distancing of at least 2 meters is possible. Okay. And I think, and this is just intuitive, but closing my eyes and thinking of various churches, synagogues, temples, things that I've been in this community over 33 years, 1 month and 26 days, it's possible in 99% of them, just by the way we set up our spiritual services. Okay. So provided the physical distancing of at least 2 meters is possible, absolutely.
I hate to make this association, but my second question is, we're providing an exception for a certain group. If somebody wants to have a meeting, a public community meeting for any other purpose other than a religious purpose, and is able to maintain 2 meters of distance, can that person who's addressing a large group then also be exempted, or is this solely for places of worship?
That's an excellent amendment to this, Your Worship. At the moment, it's about an individual leading in worship because that's where the request came in. But if we wish to make it open to, the one that immediately came to mind was SACPA, Southern Alberta Council of Public Affairs. If they gathered, and I'm not certain that they would be, now you've got a situation where you've got somebody standing at a podium, and there is, again, that ability to create the 2 meters distance. The context of this comes through the request from the community. I'm fulfilling that request by bringing it forward to council. If members of council feel that it should be broadened to presentation format, we saw one of our own staff earlier today struggling a little bit. If that ability wants to be expanded, that's up to council, but at the moment this deals with individuals leading in worship.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Parker.
No questions, just rather debate, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you to the mover. Question, Councillor Kaufman. Do you know if it's possible for a droplet of saliva or mucus to travel more than 6 feet if someone sneezes?
I don't know.
Okay, so you've never sneezed and saw your phlegm fly more than 6 feet? I'll ask you that then. Have you ever sneezed and seen your phlegm fly more than 6 feet? Yes or no?
No, because he covers his mouth.
Well, so here's the point. Here's the point. There are many churches or places of worship that do not have air conditioning systems but use recirculating fans in the ceiling, and they're look like helicopter propellers because they're big open space. They need to move the air around. So if you have someone leading worship that sneezes, and I'm just a lot of what ifs, and it catches the air right and it splatters the first 6 seniors in the first 2 rows, then what? Asymptomatic transmission. So is that a possibility?
I apologize to my colleagues for not considering sneezing.
Asking, is it
Yeah,
possible?
it's a possibility. I think the comment was made earlier, he's way back there, about trusting that people are going to act responsibly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I had a question around individual leading in worship. Services I've been to have several leaders leading in worship. I'm just wondering, is that what is intended here? So if someone goes up to read the scripture or what have you, they're allowed to take on and off the mask? And has that been something you've considered in this?
Thank you for the question. I know from conversation with a couple of the pastors, ministers they spoke to, that things like having lay people come up are actually not occurring in some churches. I'm not going to say it's not occurring in all of them, but in some churches they've actually chosen to, you know what, we're not going to do that during COVID. I don't know about all of them. The way that, again, this is written, one person leading is whoever is doing the reading, doing the prayer, doing whatever it is that they're doing at that particular time. So in my mind, I've drafted this in a way as being be one individual. That way you don't have 7 people standing at the front of a church all unmasked. It's the person who's in charge. It's the person who's leading at that point.
Okay. Councillor Higgin.
I am just up for debate.
Okay. Any further questions? I see none, so I'll ask the mover to open debate.
I've opened, thank you.
Okay. Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, I don't believe, once again, I'll carry most of my debate for later on, but I don't believe it's city government's role to get into the place of church services, the private sector, or any private businesses. And second of all, I don't believe it's our point to pick winners and losers if the law was to pass. And I think if we pick churches, it's a very slippery slope. I totally believe that we shouldn't be supporting this at all.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. We were talking about trusting that the community will act responsibly. I think they're doing that now. Just don't think we need a bylaw. I will not be supporting this.
Okay. I'll ask the mover to close.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Okay. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Councillor Morrow?
In favor?
Passes 5-4. Okay, that passes 5-4. Next one. Yep. I have an amendment from Councillor Parker. Whereas there have been numerous questions, concerns, and requests for information from both City Council and the community at large, and whereas a lack of information both for and against mandatory masks has been provided, and whereas City Council is to make a well-thought-out decision, therefore be it resolved that City Council hold a public hearing to hear and gather information on the pros and cons of implementing a mandatory mask bylaw. And further be it resolved that third reading on bylaw be postponed until the public meeting is held. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. And I just want to make sure it is in writing that it says public meeting, not public hearing, because that is a totally different animal in itself. The reason why I'm bringing this forward, Mr. Mayor, is there's so many questions, so many concerns, so much confusion out there, both not only around this table, the people that make the decisions on behalf of the community, but in the community at large. If you just look at the emails, the phone calls we've gotten, there's been a lot of questions, a lot of concerns, a lot of suggestions, And I felt since we're at 0 cases, there's no rush to pass a bylaw such as this, and that we should have a good public meeting so everyone can have their voice heard, and then people can be educated as well, because I think that public meeting is an opportunity to have an open mind, to listen to other people's views and ideas in regards to any bylaw that may impact them on a daily basis. So I just ask for council to support this amendment.
Questions from council. Councillor Miyashiro.
Mr. Spearman, thank you, Councillor Parker, for bringing this forward. So where would we have this meeting?
Where would we have this meeting?
Would people have to wear masks at this meeting?
That's a very good point. It could be, and I don't know what that looks like, and that's a good question. This is 2020 is a bizarro world. But
That's the point, Councillor Parker, is if we're going to have a public meeting.
is this a question? Just a second. Is that a
Having to
question,
dig it up
Councillor
twice?
Miyashiro, or is it? I just want to know. Is that your question? I was just
Stephen?
thinking we could probably find a way of implementing it. Other organizations at level of governments have done public meetings, public consultations, and different processes. So I think we could probably find a way of doing it.
Councillor Higgin.
Very much just debate.
Any further questions? I see none. We'll move on to debate. Councillor.
I'll use that as my opening first, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman, and thank you to the mover. I appreciate the intent of this, and I think finding this meeting, it's just that we're going to be digging in the ditches here with sending out our administration to prepare this, and if we can, social distance in a meeting. I don't know if we can do a Zoom meeting or what, but we're kicking this down the road. We're kicking this down the road, and I'll still go back to, I just don't believe we need a bylaw, so I won't support this.
Any further debate? I'll ask the mover to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alberta Health Services, I'm guessing, has close to probably 20 or 30 people that make probably $250,000 or more. And there's probably 10 more people that probably make more than $500,000 a year. And the reason why they're paid that wage is because they're experts. They're paid, and you know what? I'm not begrudging their salary. They're experts. You have 9 people around this table that make close to just over $55,000 or $56,000 a year, who are now the experts and are going to make a major decision without listening to the experts and having a round table discussion. It doesn't make any sense. Alberta Health Services, they're not delegating this decision to us. We've taken that decision upon ourselves. So if we can have an opportunity to become well-informed, more educated, heck, I've been against the bylaw, but I may come out going, you know what? Maybe it is the right thing. But right now, I'm not going to base my complete opinion on something just on a bunch of emails that are both negative and positive, and sometimes they have merit, and sometimes there's no merit. So I'm just saying, we're at 0 cases. The community wants the dialogue. Let's do it. I call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Morrow?
Opposed.
Okay, that's defeated 7-2. Thank you. Okay, we have no further amendments at this time. We're back to the main bylaw as amended. So, original mover of the bylaw was Councillor Miyashiro. For third reading.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you to my colleagues who put a lot of thought into the amendments and talked to a lot of people. We heard a lot of, are we going to do a debate on third reading?
We can do, we said we would.
Okay, then
We'll allow each member of council, if they so choose, to express why they are or are not supporting the bylaw.
We don't need to do questions anymore for third reading, is that correct?
Yep, so you are opening on third reading?
I will defer to my colleagues to make their statements, and I will close.
Okay, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. And a lot of thoughts were ricocheting through my cerebrum over the last couple of weeks as the mandatory mask issue ramped up. And for me, I like to put it into the simplest of terms. COVID-19, bad. Wearing masks to help stop its spread, good. Now, of course, it gets a little more complicated than that when there is a percentage of people who feel implementing mandatory masks wearing in public is an infringement on their right to choose, that we're becoming a totalitarian state. We've seen these emails even comparing us to a communist regime that forces you to do something you don't want to do. We are told that the numbers of COVID are so low now in Lethbridge, people are saying, what's the point? And we're at 0. Fantastic. People are saying, sure, it's temporary now, but what's the end game? And as I pondered those questions, my frontal lobe transported me back to 1975, the movie Jaws. The remains of a woman is found on a beach. They first call it a shark attack. The police chief wants to close the beach. The mayor says that would ruin the summer's economy. They decide it was actually a boating accident. They don't close the beaches, and you know what happens. More attacks. They discover there is a shark, a huge shark. And there's the classic line, we're gonna need a bigger boat. COVID-19 is the shark. Wearing masks is the bigger boat. It's true, Lethbridge has very few cases of COVID. Well, none. We have none as of today. And that's fantastic. Great job, Lethbridge. The bad news is that on Friday, Alberta had the most new cases of COVID-19 of any province in Canada, 144 cases, which is even more than Ontario's 131 new cases. The border at Coots is now allowing travelers moving through the country to Alaska for non-discretionary purposes. Montana had 54 new cases just yesterday, and they currently have 1,523 active cases. So a point to ponder. And according to the CDC, studies suggest that many people who have the coronavirus are asymptomatic. These are things I think most of council knows. You may have the disease and unknowingly spread it to others, including those with underlying conditions who have a higher coronavirus risk and are more vulnerable to severe illness. A symptomatic carrier can increase the disease's spread if they aren't taking proper precautions, which include washing their hands frequently, social distancing, and wearing a mask. So with that in mind, it's important to know that this virus is not dead. Wearing masks is going to help stop the spread of this disease. And I interpret this bylaw as a citywide appeal to work together to stop this predator from killing anyone else. Are we going to hand out thousands of tickets for non-compliance? I suspect it will be as many tickets that are handed out for jaywalking. For me, it's not about the enforcement, it's about each person's responsibility to keep each other safe, and as one of the byproducts, it'll get this economy rolling again. There is a sunset clause. Let's do this for 4 months, that's it. I mean, if you were being treated for cancer and you were told that it's 95% gone, would you want to say, well, in that case, I'm good, stop the treatments? Or would you want to say, get to 100%? Let's get to 100%. Let's get rid of this shark, because sequels are always bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Parker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the debate. I think it's good, it's healthy debate. I voted against the bylaw for all 3 readings because I didn't feel that it was responsible for us to pass all 3 when we really lacked public consultation. So I'm glad we had an opportunity for the last 2 weeks to gather information from both for and against the proposed mandatory bylaw. Let me state clearly that I do support, in principle, the wearing of the mask when social distancing cannot occur. And I also support, even though it's driving me nuts wearing this mask, if anyone says they like wearing a mask, it's tough. I do support, in principle, us wearing masks in city facilities because not only does it protect staff, it protects the people that come in and use our facilities. We're at 0 cases, and we could be at 5 or 10 cases, but I'm not going to base my decision on 0, 5, or 10 cases. This is more of an issue of principle. I believe this, first of all, this is, and I said it earlier, this is a law, this bylaw. We have no intention to enforce this. Like, if we do, get ready for, and no offense to my colleague, the former radio host, someone took a picture of him today, a screenshot, and he had his mask off just below his nose, and it's already gone viral. Now, is that fair? Is that fair to Councillor Campbell? Now, imagine when someone goes into Lowe's or some other grocery store that doesn't have a bylaw, and then someone's not wearing their mask. You guys think it's kind of like far-fetched, but you know what? People do a lot of far-fetched, crazy stuff. And I can already see it happening. And then we're going to get calls to Mr. Dave Henley back there, who does an amazing job in regulatory services. Dave, what do we do about this? Dave, what do we do about that? Man, we may have to hire 2 or 3 more people. Now, you may be thinking I'm speaking in extremes, But people, by human nature, can be extreme. They can be very extreme. I had the privilege of going on a little road trip with my family up to Cross Arm Mills. I do like to support local, but there's something we had to go up there and grab in that area. And when I went in, they said, you don't have to wear the mask, but we encourage it. And you know what? The law in Rocky View County is you don't need to wear a mask. But you know what? Everyone was wearing the mask. And if you weren't, my son had his mask off, he almost felt he had to put it on because it became the social norm. He didn't need Big Brother to tell him what to do. It becomes part of the social norm, the snowball effect. This is the law of this bylaw, and I'm really concerned that if we pass this, it'll divide a community. It will really divide a community. Some will say, no, everyone's going to buy in. No, because the people that have actually wore the mask, as soon as you tell them they have to wear a mask, there's some people that say, no, I'm not wearing the mask, just because they're the libertarian mindset. I don't think it's my job to tell the private sector, both like in churches, places of worship, places of business, what to do. Let them make that decision. Now, you guys will argue the fact that masks have dropped in numbers. Well, you can give me study after study after study because it all depends how you look at the study. But a perfect example is look at Calgary and Edmonton implemented the mask bylaw almost to the same date. Edmonton's numbers almost doubled. Calgary's went down. So who's right? Is it a wash? I get emails regarding all the municipalities that are doing it across Alberta. Once again, I don't care what other municipalities do. They can do what they do. I respect fellow councils and what they do, but I represent the values of this community. We are doing our part. We don't need us as the nanny state to tell them what to do in their place of business and place of worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will be supporting the bylaw. We're at 0 cases, and that is so exciting. And I really want to keep it that way because I think if you listen to science, we've been told all along the second wave, and if you look back at history, the second wave of the Spanish flu was way worse. And it's because people relaxed. People went, okay, we got through the first one, we're good to go. And as we head into, it's okay, Councillor Parker, Councillor Hagan, I can wait. The point of the debate is to try and persuade your colleagues.
I'm just
If they're
passing
not
something
listening.
over here. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. People did let their guard down, and the second wave hit, and it hit big. We're about to reopen schools. I think we all have friends who are either in school, or they have school-age children, or they're teachers, administrators, what have you. Part of me is scared to death for those folks, and I just really want to protect our community. That's what this all is for me. And it's such an easy thing to do. Yeah, little complaints about it. Yeah, it fogs up my glasses. But I think as my colleague said, if you were told that, if you wore this for 4 months, you're cured. Well, why wouldn't you do that? It's so easy. And I wish everyone would do it, but you're right, not everyone does, so we do have to take steps at times, like we did with smoking. I remember folks around this table took the lead, and they told people in their churches and businesses what they could and could not do. So it's not new, and it seemed to work. I think if we asked again, we'd be told again, did we issue any tickets? No, we didn't have to. We said, this is what we need to do, folks do it, and people listened. They misbehaved a couple times, and people did maybe shame them, but it worked. So I will be supporting this. I really want to avoid the second wave. Lethbridge, you're doing so well. I'm so darn proud of you. I know that my colleague said most of the stuff that I was going to say. He did it in a much better way than I would have. He talked about Jaws. I remember watching Jaws 3D. It was the worst movie I've ever seen. And I don't want the second wave to be any worse. So folks, it's so easy to do. Put on a mask, save your friends, save your neighbors, save your community. It's so easy. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. We've had a lot of talk about data and numbers and choosing numbers and what numbers are important or significant. We don't have any trigger point in the bylaw, the cerebral part, when talking about cerebral challenges, the cerebral part of me looking at public policy looks at this and goes, oh, this is a problem. But I recognize that we are in a unique situation. As was previously stated, we have children going back to school, K to 12. University is opening. University and college have taken unique measures on their specific form of education. K to 12 are going back to school, and we are seeing evidence in American states, places where students have gone back into school, and places where masks have been imposed, masks have not been imposed. We are seeing higher transmission rates in those where masks are not imposed, but we're seeing high transmission rates in places where they are as well. And part of the challenge is that our homes become transmission points. We come into contact with COVID, we take it home, we pass it to our children take it to school, they pass it to their classmates, or vice versa. They bring it home to us, we pass it back. We don't wear masks at home, nor should we. It's definitely something that we should not be enforcing. But while we are at work, while we are shopping, we are helping to minimize the spread. The mask is not the panacea. The mask is a measure. It's a measure that we can take. So when our children head back to school in a week, this is in part about getting used to the fact that we can maybe help protect ourselves. Because when I wear a mask, I'm doing it for you. When you're wearing a mask, you're doing it for me. And when we do it together, we're doing it for the community. The second reason is because of the economy. And I'll always put health ahead of the economy. The economy, and especially to small business owners. The box chains have deep pockets. They can do things. They have actually a resource they can tap into. Small business owners can't. Stop and think about what we're able to do right now. Coffee shops, restaurants are open. We can sit outside. We can social distance. What happens in the fall? What happens when the winter months set in? That's not going to be as possible. If we become used to what we're doing in terms of masking, then we've got the opportunity to actually hopefully help some of those small businesses survive. We know that our small business owners are stressed. We know that employees are stressed, and the stress is incredibly high. Again, this is about helping to protect them when we go into a place of business, when we go into a place where social distancing is not possible. Healthcare costs. We have to recognize as well that what we're doing here is proactive, and it frustrates everybody. But if you want to talk about the consequence, there are healthcare costs to this. What we're actually doing by imposing a bylaw of this nature is reducing the amount of costs on our healthcare system, because every person who does not get sick, every person who is prevented from ending up in ICU or on a ventilator is cost that we are actually saving. Building confidence in our community. I spoke to a couple of people who I trust their opinions, and whether you're on the side of masking or not masking, the common theme actually was building confidence in our community. And certainly the argument has been presented that we need to trust the people will do the right thing, and we've seen this in terms of a result of a zero numbers today. It may change, but it's about creating that confidence in our community, building the confidence for people to move around, because it's about establishing that pattern, getting some sense of normalcy back in our lives. We do have to remember that this is one moment in our lives, and hopefully all of us sitting here have very long, healthy, happy lives, but this is one moment. This is one summer that's been disrupted. This has been one school year that has been disrupted. This is one opportunity to go shopping or to go camping or to travel around the world that's been disrupted because of COVID. Not because of masks, not because of hand washing, but because of COVID. And it's important for us to remember this is one moment in time. And it's been heartache, and it's been challenged, and it's been frustrating, but we're going to get through it, and we can get through it. It's one moment in time. The final point actually comes in a conversation I had with somebody from Indigenous background, and the leadership from the Indigenous community is actually a little bit different, because if you look at what's happening in the reserves and schools that are going back, Indigenous focused schools that are going back, COVID's actually not feared. COVID is respected. Because to Indigenous people, you don't fear a wolf, you respect a wolf. You don't fear a bear, you respect a bear. You don't fear nature, you respect nature. And the approach is a fundamental shift for most of us. But showing respect for COVID, that's what the mask does. It's not going to stop it, but it helps us not be afraid of it either. We're not going to do stupid things. We're going to try to wear our mask properly. We're going to try not to touch our face. But But it's very much about demonstrating that respect for COVID as opposed to fear for it. We shouldn't fear this, but we should damn well respect it. And that involves wearing a mask. I'll support the bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I imagine many of you were actually raised the way I was, and you were taught that rights and responsibilities are inextricably linked. You want to drive the car? Sure. Now you have to drive your sister, your little annoying sister, to piano lessons. You want to go out late with your friends? Fine, but just realize you have to be up at 5 in the morning to move the irrigation pipes, and if you don't get up at 5, you don't go out anymore. Expecting your rights without fulfilling your responsibilities is simply entitlement. The two need to be balanced, your rights and your responsibilities. And your community and society expect and need you to fulfill your societal and community responsibilities, especially during a pandemic. This bylaw, if passed, isn't about taking away anyone's rights. It's about reminding you of your responsibilities. The balance will go to responsibility during a war, during a pandemic, during a natural disaster. That is to be expected, and if you can't look to your municipal government to help remind you of that responsibility, something is wrong. Now, why am I looking for mandated masking rather than simply asking? Well, because I did my research. Emerging data from ecological studies showing a decrease in new COVID-19 cases in regions where mandatory masking is in place are showing that mandatory masking is making a huge difference. In South Carolina, we've seen a 46% difference in the sites that have mandated masking and those that don't. Now, I don't bring out my biochemistry degree very often, but boy, has it been useful in this debate. I have been trained in understanding scientific theories and in understanding scientific papers, and I'm telling you what we're seeing, and the studies are early, is that mandated masking is working. We have to remember, though, that we still need to have clear and consistent messaging that other protocols need to continue. Social distancing, hand washing, etc. This is how I looked at it when I sat in my car. When we got seatbelts, we didn't take the brakes out. When we got airbags, we didn't take the seatbelts and brakes out. We added to it. Mandatory masking is one more step. It is the most useful step for pre-symptomatic and asymptomatic transmission that is out there. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Walmart, but wear your mask. Now, why mandatory? Well, research is also showing that people follow rules when they're mandatory. We are seeing time and again that when something becomes a rule, it changes the behavior. As I've told you in other debates, as a teacher, I would love to believe simply tell people what to do and they do it. Explain the logic, explain the science, they'll do it. They don't. What we have seen time and again, from seatbelt laws to no smoking laws to, I could go on, is that things are changed. So why now? Why now? Well, school's coming back, and it would break my heart to see this go rampant through our schools. We need to protect our economy. I don't know about you, but I want to go shopping locally when Christmas comes. I want those stores to be open, and if wearing this silly mask is what's going to keep my local stores open, I'm willing to do it. Cold weather is coming. We know there's greater likeliness of contact indoors and less chance of social distancing when this comes on. The other thing is the long-term effect of viruses. Chickenpox hides on our nerves, in our nervous system, and comes out as shingles decades later. Rubella, simple German measles, can cause birth defects in children. You get the mumps, seems like a childhood illness. It can cause infertility. Viruses have this amazing gift of giving and giving and giving. And no, it's not fear, but it is knowledge of what we're dealing with. We mistakenly believe that this virus kills only a few and is mild for the rest. What we learn first is often what we remember, but the science is rapidly changing. If you haven't looked at it, look at the long haulers. Those who have had this COVID-19 and are dealing with it for for months now. I hate the term recovered. When we say we've got this many people recovered, all that means is they're not contagious. That does not mean they're not dealing with this issue. We have people dealing with gynecological issues, gastrointestinal issues, headaches, etc., who have been dealing with this since they first came down with COVID back in March. Not only can we stop people from dying by mandating masks, we can actually help. The plan is, the hope is, that we can actually stop people from suffering for months and years. If I'm wrong about mandating masks, you're going to be inconvenienced for a couple of months. We check this again in December. If I'm right, there's less cases. There's less pressure on the medical system. Kids will remain in school, which will help our economy, keep families sane. It'll help our stores remain open. And fewer people will be suffering, not only from death, but from the long-haul COVID symptoms. I can't wait until we can all stop wearing masks. I don't deny that. I don't like wearing a mask either. But I've also heard from too many people who are feeling locked at home, and this bylaw can help change it. Think again of your responsibilities to your neighbors, your friends, your family. For them, for all of you, I'll wear a mask. That's what this bylaw means. It means thinking about others, putting your mask on, and getting through this the best we can. I will be supporting this bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Morrow?
I got nothing to say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Higgin?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you for everybody's debate. There's not a lot I have to add to this that I didn't speak to a couple weeks ago. I will add a few things. I trust the City of Lethbridge citizens, and I trust they're doing the right thing. And I think they are doing the right thing. A few weeks ago, I walked into a local store, Costco, and there was minimal people wearing masks. I walked in a few days ago, and I'll tell you something, I felt pretty ashamed to walk in and not have a mask until I got my free mask that they offer, looking around. Now, of course, it's given, it's the right thing to do in a situation like that. That has taken the advice, again, it's a broken record. Chief Medical Officer of Health tells us, wear a mask if we cannot social distance. We see cases, as was mentioned, in Edmonton going up since they put in this bylaw. We waited 2 weeks. I can only imagine the conversations that would come if we'd passed this 3 weeks ago. It's a good thing we made masks bylaw, because look, we're down to zero. We're down to zero now, and we didn't mandate the masks. This is causing some serious division within our community. I was listening to this article that spoke to human serotonin levels and what a smile means to people out as you're passing by somebody. Extremely important. I know myself, if I walk by somebody, they're frowning, my level of joy for that day has dropped down somewhat. If they're smiling, hi, my level goes up. It's proven. It's proven that this does work. Smiling makes a big difference. Facial expressions, I just have never seen the reasons as to why at a city level we need to mandate this. I was listening to Councillor Nickel from Edmonton explain why he did not vote in favor of mandatory masks. He commented like, we're not doctors, as I had mentioned here a couple weeks ago. We're not epidemiologists. I have a hard time even pronouncing the word, let alone be one. We're not virologists. He speaks about when politicians feel that they can overrule medical experts. As he did, I have the same concerns with this. I'm not an expert. And again, I will say what I've said numerous times when I get challenged by my colleagues, listen to the experts. Well, let me tell you something. I'm listening to the experts. And the experts are telling me to put on a mask if you cannot social distance. We're trying to change around a bylaw here earlier so that we could still get bound to pretty much having what the province is asking us currently to do. Yet we want to make sure that we create this lawless bylaw. I had a comment with my colleague earlier. If we want to have a bylaw, we should enforce it. Well, if we're going to enforce a bylaw, currently we have an 8 to 4 shift, I'm sure it is, or Mr. Henley could confirm that, or 9 to 5, 7 to 3, whatever it is. Well, if we're going to mandate these masks, we better be able to enforce this. Because again, if not, it's a lawless bylaw. If we enforce it, we're going to add on 2 extra shifts, because we better be running around the clock 24 hours a day to enforce this. So now we got to add on 2 more shifts, because we're not just going to have people break this law from 7 to 3 or 8 to 4. It's going to be around the clock. again, we're doing a great job. And I know it's wonderful it's at 0. And yes, I understand it could shoot up, it could go down. Yes, I understand that that could happen. Was I happy that it came to 0 today? Absolutely. You know what that's telling me? I truly believe the community is listening to the advice of the experts. We don't need to tell them what to do. Let them listen to the experts. We've seen throughout our community, again, I talk about the community being divided. We see frustration. We see, I can only imagine what the rates of mental health as far as it goes to suicide and domestic abuse and drug and alcohol abuse and everything through this time. We're going to throw another thing in. We're going to throw another little hitch in the system, and we're going to make it so that, no, now you're going to be wearing masks. I just don't get it. We don't have education side of things. For example, why aren't we at the entrance to Lethbridge, why couldn't we have something like reader boards? Make sure you wear your mask, make sure you're social distance, and make sure you stay home if you're feeling ill. We're going to pass this. We're going to try to deal with policing it or enforcing it. It's just going to be a true crap show. And real word was behind the mask, but that's okay. I'm not going to, I know I said I wasn't going to say very much, right? Of course, but I'm going to add one more thing. We've received a letter from our MLA for Lethbridge East, and we have permission to read this, and I'd like to read it. Mayor and Council, I'm writing you today to ask you to carefully reconsider the proposed bylaw mandating mask wearing. My office has received unusual high numbers of calls and emails regarding this issue, including from former members of Lethbridge City Council. The concerns are prominently these. There are no limiting factors to this bylaw, no minimum threshold and number of cases before coming active. With only 7 active cases in 100,000, it's down to 0 when this was written, 7 of 100,000, the threshold is virtually 0. Science has stated that masks only reduce the risk of transmission by 4%, but this does not contemplate the factor that wearing a mask increases the incidence of touching one's face by as much as 25 times. You can see as I'm reading here already myself. Therefore, increasing the risk of transmission far more than reducing it unless there is proper hand washing. Medical training requires hand washing before donning a mask, and again after. 2 hand washings for every single touch of the mask. I guess that would put me up to about 30 already here so far. Unless this is done virtually, all benefits of wearing a mask are reduced to less than 0. This bylaw proposes an incredible reach into the private lives and businesses by the state, and will be deemed as an incredible overreach, particularly that it is being enacted outside the protection of a state of public health emergency. This bylaw will be very difficult to enforce and will rely heavily on individuals reporting other individuals, creating suspicion, alienation, and many circumstances of discrimination based on many factors, including socioeconomic status. We'd already heard from Councillor Parker mentioning the viral video of Councillor Campbell. Like, this is going to put everybody against anybody in our community. Furthermore, I have no intention of partaking in the debate at council any further than providing this information, and that while we have received many emails and calls against this proposed bylaw, we have not received a single one in support of it. Nathan Newdorf, MLA, Lethbridge East. My colleagues, I would ask that you do not support this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. When I spoke 2 weeks ago, I used the phrasing, when I wear a mask, I protect you. When you wear a mask, you protect me. And that's wording right from the Alberta Health Services website. And I added, together we protect our community and our economy. I think those are key things as we go forward. As has been mentioned, school openings. Are we only going to ask our young people to wear masks? Or are we all going to do it as a community? It's been mentioned, the economy. Do we want to have a second wave? Do we want to have our businesses shut down? Or do we all want to do the best we can to keep our businesses open until Christmas? Let's protect others. I have close relatives who have immune deficiencies. I'd like to see them protected. I'd like everyone in their communities to protect them. None of us wants to go through what many others have already done. Yes, we have fatigue. There are people who don't want to do this anymore. They're looking for a break. I fully understand that. I also have close friends who have claustrophobia, but they're doing their best. When they have to go into a place where they can't physically distance, they'll say, I can wear a mask for 30 minutes, but that's it. I have to be out of there within 30 minutes, but I'm going to do what I can. They're frustrated. There's added benefits. I'm not a medical expert, but we're about to come into flu season. Wearing masks is going to limit the spread of the flu itself, the traditional flus, as well as COVID-19. I have served in elected office for 25 years, 7 in municipal, 18 on school boards. Never once before did I receive a letter from an MLA telling me how to vote. Last Thursday, we met with our MLA. Several of us, the first thing he did was take off his mask. The rest of us wore our masks for the meeting. It's disappointing. Our premier, you see him in every picture wearing a mask. That's leadership. Standing up for our community, protecting public health, doing the best we can to protect others is leadership. For those reasons, I'm going to support this bylaw. I'm not going to be the mayor in the movie Jaws who gambles with everybody's future. I'm going to be the mayor that does the best I can to protect my community and protect those at risk. I encourage you all to think seriously before you vote against this bylaw. Let's do what we can to be examples to the rest of Alberta, where cases in some areas are going up, saying this is the right thing to do. If we all did it together, we would protect our province. I will support this bylaw and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you. I'll ask the mover to close.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. Thank you to my colleagues for their words today. So I'm going to preface my close first by saying something that you've heard me say before, is that I've spent my whole career in trying to make people's lives better, in the child welfare system, in the mental health system, in the persons with disabilities system, in employment for youth and adults, and now with seniors. And I don't take on these kind of things because it's some mission I have in life. This is what I do. This is what my work is. I see this as something that we need to do to help people's lives and make people's lives better. We got a lot of emails about, the other thing, if I start speaking passionately, I'm going to preface this again. I'm not bullying anybody. I got a lot of that last week too, about when I'm trying to get my point across, I'm bullying other council members. This is just me. I'm just passionate, and sometimes I'm not very tactful or diplomatic. Sometimes, just sometimes. So let's get that out of the way right now. We got a lot of emails about why people are opposed to wearing a mask. Some were based on flawed studies, not flawed studies, but studies about influenza and studies about N95 masks and studies about things that didn't have anything to do with COVID. It was just people just wanted to get their opinion out there. We had a lot of information from people that took the libertarian view of, well, you can't tell me what to do, which is kind of funny because those are the same people on the weekend were protesting in Edmonton and Toronto, the anti-masking protests. And what did they do? They were orderly. They walked along the sidewalk. They got to the curb and the lights were red, so they stopped. And then the lights turned green and they walked across. They didn't like run into traffic and disrupt everything. So what's the difference between that and if there's a bylaw that's passed to wear a mask, is to wear a mask? Well, there's nothing. We have dozens and dozens of bylaws in Lethbridge that people follow every day. What's to stop you from walking out in the middle of the road and getting hit by a car? Well, one is common sense. And the other is, well, you know, there's possibility you could get a jaywalking ticket, which isn't likely. The seatbelt legislation came in 1987. I don't know if many of you remembered that. I was one of those guys that didn't want to wear a seatbelt until everyone else wore a seatbelt. Then you saw the data on how many deaths actually seatbelts helped to stop. So then now we all wear seatbelts. It's a second nature now. People don't even think about seatbelts. You can't even buy a car anymore without an airbag. Why is that? Well, because it's a great public safety thing that's really easy to do. I talked about the non-smoking bylaw before. Forget it. I talked about taxes. We all pay taxes. Those are all bylaws that we have to abide by, and they all have a purpose. I wasn't going to bring this up either, but one of my colleagues brought up the letter from former MLA. So this is my rebuttal to that letter. And actually they're rebutting themselves because I want you to understand the outrage I feel about this. 5 days ago, the social media accounts for the United Conservative Party caucus in Alberta, which is our group of MLAs, posted a link to an Edmonton Journal opinion piece where the columnist said this: many parents are concerned about sending their children to potentially crowded classrooms in September. Good hand washing prior to touching food or one's face and avoidance of close contact with others whenever practical are strategies that are likely to be effective. It is exceedingly rare and maybe not even possible to acquire the virus simply by being in the same room as an infected person. Let's let that sink in for a second. Not possible or exceedingly rare to get infected by being in the same room. You ask why I didn't want people to be standing up in a house of worship and perhaps inadvertently spitting on their parishioners? That's why. This kind of attitude about, oh, it's not that big of a deal, is a totally false narrative. New Zealand, 100 days, no cases, and all of a sudden they have 4 or 5 right now, and they're trying to track it down. They think they might have had it. South Korea, they locked down early, and then they didn't. And then all their cases started going up. And I mean, I'm not going to go on and on about it. You know, some of us are on the board of directors for the Green Acres Foundation, and there were some cases that Green Acres had, and they dealt with it quickly and effectively, and they locked it down. But it has a real profound effect on people, on seniors. So the messaging that the Green Acres Foundation doing right now is they're putting up posters, and I'm just going to give you an example of how the messaging that's going out to residents and staff and guests of Green Acres facilities. A COVID-19 carrier without a mask talking to a healthy person with the mask, there's a 70% possibility of transmission. A COVID-19 carrier with a mask speaking to a healthy person without a mask, there's a 5% possibility of transmission. And if a COVID carrier with a mask is speaking to a healthy person with a mask, the possibility of transmission is 1.5%. 40% of transmission happens before symptoms occur. My mask protects you, your mask protects me. And this is all about we and not me. And I think we just need to give that a thought. I ask my colleagues to support this. Call the question.
Point of order, point of order. In the debate, we were categorized, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we didn't take this serious, the people that are voting against. I heard that. And you did say it. You said it in the debate. And I just want to let you know that not once and I won't speak on Councillor Higgins' part, not once said, hey, this wasn't a serious issue and it wasn't a big deal. So I just want that to be stated on the record here, because it was categorized that we weren't taking this very serious. I just want that to be on the record.
Wasn't referring
I believe every member of council took this seriously.
wasn't referring to you two anyway.
Okay, let's stop.
And I just,
Okay, all right.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not arguing the court, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure it's clarified, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm glad Councillor
Every
Miyashiro said that.
member of council took this debate seriously, every single one of us.
I do have another point of order. Mayor Spearman, you commented about us being told how to vote. Not anywhere in that letter did Mr. Nathan Newdorf, MLA, ask us how. He says, carefully reconsider the proposed bylaw mandating mask wearing.
That's unprecedented.
You said, Mayor Spearman, I am sorry. You've also said that he was not wearing a mask. He wore a mask except for when he was speaking at that meeting we were at.
He took the mask off right away. He was the only one in the meeting not wearing the mask.
You're amazing.
So are you.
Unbelievable.
Question has been called. All in favor of the bylaw? Councillor Morrow?
Opposed.
Okay. That bylaw passes 6-3. Yeah, Okay, good. Okay. Okay, we'll move on to inquiries. Are there any inquiries? I see none. Council updates. Any council updates?
We have one in the agenda. It's the status report coming from recovery about what we have done and what we haven't done. We'll be doing more work with our communications department to get some of that information out. But it's there for members of the committee as well as members of the public. Of course, green are things we've committed. Yellow, we're in process on. There's some more things coming. But just so people can see what the recovery committee has been working on and what our working groups are doing. So just so the public is aware that we are busy working. We are waiting for some more information on things, but all the recovery working groups are continuing and things are getting done. And that's all my update is.
You? Any further updates? I see none. In-camera reports. Do we have some motions? I have a resolution from Councillor Campbell, closed meeting omnibus motion, 10.1 and 10.2. Be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, and documents with respect to operational review update, verbal, and MLA meeting update, verbal, remain confidential pursuant to sections 24, advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic interests of a public body, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Campbell?
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Councillor Morrow?
In favor.
Thank you. That passes 8-0. And now I have a resolution from Councillor Campbell for adjournment, that we do now adjourn the regular meeting of City Council until Tuesday, September the 8th, 2020. Councillor Campbell?
Question.
All in favor? Opposed? I'll trust that you're in favor, Councillor Morrow.
Yep.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Participant exiting.